Okay, I just started the live stream on YouTube and it's going.
Yeah, I will go and start sharing that then.
Why do I not see my YouTube? There it is.
You might have to the sheets over dry and just throw them on the bottom of the vibrator.
All right, we'll give everything a minute to get shared and all, and I suppose we'll get started.
Actually, the video hasn't shown up yet.
Okay, let me just make sure I didn't get an error message that I somehow missed because I got opportunistic. No, I actually see it over here, which is a good thing I noticed because I need to now mute it. Otherwise, we'll have all sorts of fun.
Okay, now I've got it.
Okay, yay team.
There's another cat. Jenny, look, it's a kitten. There's a cat. Oh, you can't see now. There's a cat.
I see the video.
That's a relief.
Make a cat friend. Do you want to make a cat friend over Zoom? Where's my phone?
And you're getting photobombed, Abigail.
Yeah.
Already? Yes,
I'm trying to get my
time.
cat to notice your cat. It's not working.
That's Satsuki. She hasn't been up here at all, but she knows the camera's out. Oh, I see your cat's tail wandering through.
Jenny, come here. Look. Look.
Oh.
There's a cat on the screen. What do I care about some strange cat?
And you're getting photobombed, Abigail.
I'm trying to get my cat to notice your cat.
Okay, someone has got the YouTube live not muted on their browser, and we're getting the audio from it.
How do we mute that? Is it me?
I can't tell who it is. Just go up to the tab on your browser, right click, mute that tab.
You know, I'm on an iPad.
Then you got to talk to someone smarter than me. I don't do Macintosh, I'm afraid.
Okay, I've got it posted and we'll
It's
start
awful.
putting the program in. So,
What you can
so
try
you
to
can
do
go for it, Grace.
is actually go to the screen and you scroll to the bottom, you kind of put your cursor at the bottom and you should have a little speaker. Just click on that and that should mute it.
What?
You want all the knives and forks and spoons and everything that's in the.
I'm going to go ahead and mute all for now, and then if someone jumps in with a question, you can unmute, but that way we'll get rid of all the extraneous audio and that'll help.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, there I am.
If that way, that's nothing personal. It's just there's lots of extraneous audio and kitty noises and all of that. And when you magnify that by 25, it starts getting really crazy. Did you want to open us up, Abigail?
Sorry, I was muted and I was trying to get the live stream all set up there, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, there we go. Welcome tonight to JAFF in June. We have another great evening of entertainment for you, and I'm so glad you could be here. Our first presenter tonight is Maria Grace, who I'm sure you all know quite well from her great books, and she has a new one on pre-order now, Kellen's Dragon Persuasion. Please tell me I got the title right. So the fifth of her no, you've got 6 in the dragon
Yes,
suit,
it's
right?
6. I wasn't going to argue, but Yeah, there's several of them out.
Yes. And she'll be starting us out tonight. So I'm so glad you could all join us. And all yours, Maria Grace. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to say the most important thing. Our book sale is going on this weekend.
Yes.
So please stop by Austen Variations and find out what great ebooks you can get for 99 cents or $1.99. And now Jack won't kill me. So go ahead, Grace.
Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate that. Tonight we're starting out, I kind of threw out several topics on the Facebook group and asked what people would be most interested in. And the one that won out was The Itch for Acting, Jane Austen and the Scandalous Home Theatrical. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Most of us kind of recognize the home theatrical from Jane Austen's probably least popular book, which is Mansfield Park. That one, it's really hard to get a whole lot of, oh boy, I get to read Mansfield Park, because Fanny Price is maybe not the most exciting heroine. She's certainly not Elizabeth. But we see the home theatrical that the group is performing. They're performing Lover's Vows, and a lot of the plot revolves around that theatrical and what it reveals about the characters. And as we look at the whole, it was kind of a cultural thing, a cultural pastime of the home theatrical. There's a lot of different its and bits to kind of suss out of what Austen was writing about. And that's what I'd like to share with you tonight. I'm gonna put up a screen share here. There we go. And hopefully this will switch over nicely. Yes, it looks like we got that screen going. So if I'm looking back and forth, please forgive me. I've got two screens and multiple windows open, so I'm just trying to keep track of what I'm looking at and what I'm doing here. There we go. England has a very long theater tradition, and this includes both public and private, professional and amateur efforts. We can trace some of the history all the way back to the 10th century, where dramas started appearing in church services. So that was really where all of it began. By the 12th century, the British Crusaders brought back traditions from other cultures, which took the religious dramas from the church services and had them performed outside the church. So we're moving from simply religious dramas in the church services to religious dramas outside the church building. And as soon as you stepped outside the church building, other groups started getting really interested, and we see secular groups and eventually guilds taking over, and there is a plethora of different kinds of theater being done by this point in time. By the end of the medieval period, which is, depending on who you ask, up into the 1400s, secular dramas became more prevalent than the religious ones. So we've moved from very much the church-based traditional dramas to secular dramas, where schools and universities are starting to add studies of the plays themselves to the curriculum. In the Renaissance, we see large public theaters being established, and Shakespeare's Globe was one of those. Slightly later in 1596, the new Blackfriars Theater became a private indoor theater. So we're moving from very large outdoor theaters to now indoor theaters, which give the advantage of being able to perform in the winter. So now we have year-round theater being available in a secular setting rather than the church setting. All of this kind of came to a screeching halt temporarily during the Puritan Revolution in the mid-1600s. And then there was a brief decline in theater while that was going on. But by the 1660s, during the Restoration, theater picked up again. And we see the Drury Lane and Covent Garden theaters were officially licensed at this time. So those are the big major theaters in London. So really by the 1660s, we see a very active theater culture starting to develop. By the early 18th century, into the early 1700s, theater expanded from just spoken dramas to include ballad, opera, farce, pantomime, and a whole host of other things like ballet, musical performances, acrobatic displays like we think Cirque du Soleil, and some circus performances. So we now see this widening tradition by the 1700s and into the beginning of the Georgian era, where now we start to see celebrity performers. And that's kind of the very, very quick history of where theater started from and how we get to where we were in the Georgian era, where we start to see home theater becoming kind of a big deal. Now, one of the first recorded home theatricals was actually in the 1600s, not in the 1700s into the Georgian era. And this was kind of the precursor, you know, something always kicks off a movement. And we see several aristocrats starting to have theater in their own homes. The first recorded home theater was in 1623 in Sir Edward Daring's home in Kent, where an original adaptation of Shakespeare's Henry IV was performed. In 1634, the premiere performance of Milton's Comus was staged at Ludlow Castle in Wales for the first Earl of Bridgewater. And what's very interesting about that one is his children performed in that theater. So now we're seeing common people becoming involved in these performances. And through those, we start to see what in the literature is often referred to as the itch for acting developing, really as a craze that picked up momentum, hitting its peak between 1770 and 1810, where there were amateur and professional theatricals going on all over the place. Aristocrats held a lot of their performances, certainly on their estates. Sometimes they built their own theaters on their estates. The Earl of Barrymore spent £60,000 in the late 1770s, and that is an enormous sum for the era. I mean, it's a lot of money now, but it's an enormous sum for the era. He built his own private theater based on the King's Theater in the Haymarket that supposedly seated 700 on his estate. So he was obviously a real theater buff and looked to host a large number of performances privately within his domain. Richmond House, the home of the Duke of Richmond, also performed a lot of very expensive performances. The amount spent on a home theatrical could range from nothing done, you know, just as a, you know, thing done to keep occupied at home, to tens of thousands of pounds if sets were being built, performers were being hired, and I'll talk about that more in a second, costumes, advertising, playbills, all of that could rack up the money really fast. So it was an opportunity to show the ability to spend a lot of money. Even though it was considered an amateur performance, a lot of the aristocracy would hire professional actors to bolster the amateur performances. And actresses were often hired to help preserve the reputation of young ladies so they wouldn't be performing on stage. And we'll talk more about that in a little while as well. theater crowds could range from how many people you could fit in your dining room to audiences into the hundreds. As I said before, in one of the specially built theaters, that's at 700. Some of the great houses could accommodate 150 in the interior rooms. And my mind just boggles at the thought of inviting 150 people over to my house to do anything. 15 is an enormous crowd. So these were really, really big deals when that happened at the great houses. Theatrical endeavors didn't necessarily have to be performed at a great house, though. Townhouses, country estates, assembly rooms, public assembly rooms, most small villages had an assembly room of some sort, and amateur theatricals could be performed in those assembly rooms. Military encampments would host performances, even naval vessels would host performances. At home, kitchens, barns, greenhouses, wherever you could fit people and fit a stage, you could host a theatrical. So there was this wide variation between, little homegrown affairs performed in the living room to these huge things that were almost indistinguishable from professional theater. What we see in Austen's Mansfield Park is something that leans more towards the extravagant, but certainly not on the level of some of the ones that we're seeing in the era. Now, what distinguished an amateur theatrical versus a professional one? Interestingly, it was not the presence of the professional actors. It was about the licensing of the theater. In 1737, unpaid public performances were made illegal due to the Licensing Act of 1737. This was in Walpole's government, and it increased government's control over public theater a lot, not just a little bit, but a lot. And it happened in two different ways. In the first, the Licensing Act said spoken dramas, and this is important, spoken dramas, could only be performed legally at the theaters holding royal patents, and that was the Royal Theatre in Covent Garden and the Drury Lane Theatre. So those two royal theaters could perform spoken dramas. Now, things like opera, which were sung, that was different. Comedies, that was different. But a spoken drama was limited to those two theaters. On top of that, all new plays, additions to old plays, prologues and epilogues performed in those theaters, and I'm going to talk about the prologues and epilogues in just a second, had to be submitted to the Lord Chamberlain 2 weeks before the performance for approval. So not only were dramas, professional dramas, limited to those patent theaters, what they could perform was also controlled by the Lord Chamberlain. And he had the power to refuse any performance of any play. His decision was final and there was no appeal. So there was a lot of government control over the theater. And in some ways, that kind of made the opportunity for amateur theater very inviting, because it allowed for a lot of performance that wouldn't otherwise be allowed. It also, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this well, the amateur theatrical could get away with a lot of philosophic and political commentary that might and probably wasn't allowed at the main theaters. So this was a very different kind of entertainment. The thing that set the amateur theaters apart is they couldn't charge for tickets. So they could pay actors and actresses to perform, they just couldn't charge for tickets. Now, some of them would take up donations to be usually to be donated to charity, but in the case of the aristocracy, it wasn't about recouping the money that you spent. Yeah, there we go. a little bit about the night at the theater. It was a little different from what we experience today and from what we think about. You didn't just go to the theater to see a play and that was it. The play that you would see would be considered the main piece. That was the main attraction, the main event. However, there was often a lot of other things going on around it. So you would have the main piece, then you'd often have something afterwards as an afterpiece. You could have entr'acte entertainments, which would happen in between the acts. So you might have a musical performance or an acrobat or a farce, a comedy, a pantomime happening in between the acts of the play or afterwards. Then there were the prologues and the epilogues, which were written independent of the play itself and meant to be transitions from the real world into the world of the drama. And they were delivered before and after the play. And we'll talk more about those in a little bit. So the home theatricals might emulate that as well. So in addition to the play itself, oftentimes the amateur players would write prologues and epilogues, which were an opportunity to express philosophical opinions, political opinions, critical opinions about the play and moralizing about it or not. So those actually often got a lot of attention. Many times for amateur theatricals, those were published in full in the local papers. The performances for amateur theatricals were also often publicized in the local papers. And knowing what the gossip columns were like in the day, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to start to think about the things that could and might be said about the players in a theatrical, about criticizing or praising the theater itself, how it was conducted, the sets, the costumes, the whole thing, as being a commentary on those who were holding it. And if there were women involved and acting, how their reputations could easily be impacted by that kind of very public commentary. So when we start to look at how amateur theatrical could impact a young lady's reputation, we can, as we understand how public these things were, they weren't necessarily very private. They could be very public affairs. It starts to be a little easier to see how they could become rather problematic. And if you have any questions while we're chatting here, go ahead and put them in the chat and we'll try to get to those. Actually, I can't, with the screen sharing on, I can't see the chat window right now, but I will try to talk on those points as we get a little further on. One of the reasons why amateur theatricals really moved from being just a convenient way to get more theater out there to a genuine cultural craze is all about the distinction of preserving rank. One thing that we know, particularly in this era, that we had a very, very class-driven society, and the upper classes wanted to be seen, as Sir Walter in Persuasion was apt to say, the baronet to be living as a baronet. The upper classes wanted to be seen as living in a fashion appropriate to their class. And theater was one of those ways to see and to be seen. There were a number of things culturally going on at this point that started to make public theater somewhat less appealing to the upper classes. As we see the rise of the merchant class in this era, people had disposable income and more people could afford to go to the theater. Now, there was a division in the theater between the expensive seats and the cheap seats, just like we see today. But because we had more cheap seats, we also saw a change in the nature of the theater experience to some degree. Excuse me. Oh, hang on just a second. Okay. The expensive seats were in boxes, and the most expensive seats for the aristocrats, they actually sat on the stage itself with the performers. So the most expensive seats for the aristocrats were in front of the audience. They got to be seen with the actors. They were on display almost as much as the players were. In front of the stage was the pit or the gallery where the cheap seats were. And sometimes they weren't even sitting, they were standing. What happened there though was the audiences would often talk among themselves. They literally would throw rotten fruit and vegetables at the actors if they didn't like what was going on, if they were dissatisfied with the performances. They would scream and yell and boo. One diarist reports mooing like a cow at a performance he didn't like. And this is without, modern sound equipment, so they could completely disrupt a play. Large quantities of alcohol and food were consumed. People would bring it with them into the theater. And so you got a really rowdy crowd. So rioting at theaters was not uncommon. Drury Lane was destroyed 6 different times in that century due to rioting. So it was not a small problem. And the aristocracy didn't really like being in the middle of all of that. So we saw a move that started to have the upper, better classes separating themselves from the public theater. And one of the ways they did that is by moving into private arenas where the behavior of the patrons could be controlled, but also because it allowed the aristocracy to make the theater then an element of being seen and seeing, and sociability became part of what was being exchanged there. So it was a way to show off, to show your wealth to everybody else, and to exchange social favors.
Mariah?
Yes.
Before we leave the public theater realm, I've got a couple questions for you off of YouTube.
I sure hope I have answers.
Rita wants to know, how long were the plays back then? And with all those momentums you've mentioned, how much time would people remain in the theater?
They could go on a long time, hours and hours and hours, because you could have a play which could take a couple of hours, and then the epilogue and the prologue, and depending on how many acts you had, you could have things going on in between each act. So we could talk about 5 or 6 hours. This
Wow.
was not a quick in and out sort of entertainment.
And Kim Bell wants to know, were the aristocrats ever impromptu on the spot brought into the play if they were sitting on the stage with the actors?
That is an excellent question. And I haven't read any accounts of it happening, but that's not to say that it didn't. I just haven't encountered any reports of it having happened. So just because I haven't read it doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just not familiar with it.
Okay, that's all I got for now.
The aristocrats sitting in the front box certainly might have been introduced or welcomed into the theater, particularly if they patronized the theater and lent an air of respectability and nobility to the theater. They certainly might have been introduced. So the private theater helped preserve the distinction of rank by creating a limited audience of invitees in an environment that the aristocracy could control very tightly. We moved from this very rowdy plebeian environment to something that could be much more refined. And that was one of the major driving forces for the home theatrical. And eventually it also helped to bring its downfall, which we will come back to.
Grace,
Yes.
quick, before you move on, Jenna had a question for you about the painting on your last slide.
Let me get back to it. Yes. That was a painting of a crowd gathering for the theater, waiting to be let in. And I'm glad you mentioned, I actually meant to talk about that and I missed that point in my notes. That was a crowd waiting to get into the theater, and you can see the upper class family on the left-hand side surrounded by lower classes pushing and getting rowdy. And you can see the folks on the roof, and heaven only knows what mischief they were up to. And it's just an illustration of how the theater was starting to become much less refined and appealing to the upper classes.
Do you happen to have the artist who did this one?
I would have to look it up. I don't have it right off the top of my head, but I definitely would be able to find it. I'm just thinking if you could, write me a note somewhere and remind me, I can get that information.
Awesome.
Thank you. So in the late 1700s, 1782 to 1789, we know that Austen and her family were performing plays in the Steventon rectory where they were living, and they were usually using the family dining parlor to do it. So this tells us a few things. One, in the family dining parlor, we're probably not hosting crowds of 100. So this is going to be a small, intimate gathering, and probably very much limited to family and maybe some close friends in the neighborhood. Given the kind of space we're talking about, maybe an audience of 10, 12, that would probably be about the size limit that we would expect. So these were small, modest scale home theatricals. And under those parameters of being small and modest, they were considered to be acceptable activities for young people, even a good way to spend their time in a productive fashion. Many times when young men and women went off to boarding school, they were actually trained in acting because it was thought to be a good tool in teaching elocution and the grace of movement. In the era, especially for young women, the ability to move gracefully and have excellent posture was considered a hallmark of beauty. And so it was extremely desirable for young women to be able to move very gracefully, to stand up very straight, and to be able to speak well for both genders was considered important. So many times, young people did have training in acting, even though there was absolutely no thought that any one of these classes would become professional actors or actresses. It was considered part of the school curriculum. And actually, performing plays became part of the public school curriculum in England in the 16th century. So it had been around a long time in schools and considered an important part of education. Costume, scenery, all those kinds of things for the plays also afforded opportunities for creative expression. The scenery for theatricals was often done by the family themselves. And so particularly young women who'd been trained in painting and drawing would use it as an opportunity to show off those skills as well. Although if there were no artists in the family and the family could afford it, sometimes they did hire artists to create the backdrops for the scenery. Costumes and props are the same way. You might repurpose what you already had at home, or if you've got more money to spend. And we see this in Mansfield Park, where there's a fair amount of money spent on volumes of fabric for curtains for the theater, which then sneak off to Ann Norris's house after the whole thing is shut down. One thing to remember that Austen is also communicating through this is that fabrics, textiles in the era were very, very expensive, much more expensive than the labor to do the sewing. And so in Mansfield Park, with all this money being spent on fabric, it's a statement about how much money was being spent, and spent in a very frivolous way by the Bertrams to do this theatrical when Sir Thomas isn't home to oversee the expenditures. So that's kind of a subtle thing that Austen slips in through the use of the home theatrical. What we also can see from the Austen family doing plays is that Austen was very familiar with what it took to perform a play and what might be going on in the midst of trying to get a play to happen. One of those issues was the morality of the plays. And here is where we see Austen really picking up on the use of the theatrical to illustrate some moral issues. In the culture as a whole, attitudes towards the home theatrical began to shift in the 1790s. So about halfway through the craze, which, as I said before, it hit the peak between 1770 and 1810, right at the halfway mark in the 1790s, attitudes began to shift. And they began to shift for a number of different reasons. One of those was the extravagance and expense that the aristocracy would lavish on these performances was starting to be seen as vulgar and debauchery and immoral. And there were a lot of concerns about what was really going on. And certainly the extravagant expenditure of wealth was starting to be looked down upon, especially as debts started mounting for the aristocracy. We see caricatures of the theater. The one on the slide right now is, I believe that's a Gilray caricature of the theater. And I love these caricatures because you can take a magnifying glass and start studying all the elements that are involved, which really reveal attitudes of the day. But clearly what we see is a group preparing for the theater, and a lot of impropriety. You see an actress dressing in the presence of men, just to start with, and we could go on from there. But there is a lot of concern for the extravagance, the environment that home theatricals are starting to take. In the early 1800s, around 1802, we saw something called the Picnic Society. And this was a theater club. It was a dinner theater club. And a picnic in the day was more of a potluck dinner, what we would call it today. So people would each contribute dishes to bring to the dinner. And it started out kind of a dinner club organized by the Countess of Buckinghamshire. She, however, really, really liked to gamble. And so in the midst of the theater presentations, we also had a lot of card playing and gambling going on. And eventually there were so many accusations of decadence and debauchery surrounding the Picnic Society that it was forced to fold. And that is really a good example of the increasing concerns for what was going on behind all of these theatricals that eventually led to the demise of the home theater experience. One of the more subtle things that we would not pick up on today were the prologues and the epilogues that I mentioned before. In the home theaters that were done, we know that Austen's brothers, James and Henry, were very active instigators in the theatricals, and they both wrote prologues and epilogues for the plays, which would have been read. Now, in these pieces, like I said before, they were designed to help the audience shift from the real world to the world of the theater and then back out. On the public stage, one of the lead actresses was usually the one who spoke the epilogue after the play was over. And this doesn't really seem like a problem to us today. Okay, next. However, because actresses were not gentlewomen, they were generally stereotyped as having loose morals and were definitely not who you wanted your daughters to associate with, much less to become. There was an air of sexual innuendo that permeated the epilogues of these plays. So audiences kind of expected that anything said in these, particularly by the actresses, had a lot of sexual innuendo attached to it, whether or not it was written there or not. And when people are expecting it, people are probably writing it in as well. And so simply by having these epilogues and the prologues, it already caused people to question the morality of what was going on and who was involved. Now, one way amateur theater tried to distance itself from this was to have both men and women speak the epilogue, to try to give it a little bit of distance from all the connotation attached to the actresses. But it didn't really change the fact that we saw theaters starting to get into more and more shaky ground. We see in that same era, just about the time that home theaters starting to decline, there were, in 1814, Austen, Maria Edgeworth, and Frances Burney all used home theatricals as literary devices to expose some of the less savory aspects of their characters and their worlds. And it's kind of interesting that all three women authors would use this device as a means of exposing moral issues within their novels. And all of them had participated in home theatricals themselves. So this kind of suggests that they were writing from the inside, having seen or thought they had seen some of these things happen. Mansfield Park, Austen's work, we have Fanny, whose virtue is revealed because she's in opposition to the entire affair. And Maria Bertram and Henry Crawford, of course, end up in their downfall as a result of what goes on with the theatrical. In Maria Edgeworth's work, Patronage, she focuses on what a talent for acting might indicate about sincerity and integrity, especially for the female actress. And this is a theme that we see in the concern about home theatricals, is if someone can truly act a part well, are they really acting, or is this revealing part of themselves? And what's their integrity like if they can fake this, if that makes sense there? So Edgeworth uses it to reveal the true character of one of her characters, Georgiana, who is proven to be very insincere by the whole thing. And then Frances Burney in The Wanderer uses private theatricals to question, disrupt hierarchies of class and gender. Her characters kind of move around in different classes and portraying different gender roles, which is another issue that we see being of concern in the home theatricals. Here you have to really have a picture of what Georgian society looked like. It had a couple of very significant characters, and they really came out of the excesses that led to the French Revolution and were kind of a reaction to it. We saw the excess and the very lifestyle of the court leading to the French Revolution. And then there was a pushback in English society that came out of that, which meant that what was really appreciated in society and really thought proper was restraint and polite behavior. Proper and polite behavior became almost akin to a religious value, and in many cases substituted for a religious morality in the era. So it wasn't just a matter of being nice or behaving nicely and following all the rules. Polite behavior and appropriate behavior was crucial to maintaining a good reputation. And everyday life in the 18th century, one researcher defined and identified 250 categories of everyday life in the 18th century, including things like gender, class, social status, rank, race, national allegiance, and we could go on for the rest of the 250. And all of those categories had very specific boxes, definitions, and you needed to fit in that box. When you started blurring the lines, chaos could ensue. And remember, we are coming out of the chaos of the French Revolution. And so avoiding that chaos and staying within your sphere was important. In Pride and Prejudice, we see Lady Catherine admonishing Elizabeth about leaving the sphere to which she was born. And we kind of think of it as Lady Catherine's just kind of going over the top, but that was actually a very significant sentiment of the era, that people needed to stay within the sphere to which they were born. And breaking out of those boundaries was considered to be dangerous and potentially divisive. So acting had people blurring those lines, playing parts that might not match up with who and what they were. And so seeing those lines blurred came to be considered as morally dangerous, particularly for children and young women who needed to be protected from the potentially ruinous effects of seeing those lines blurred and maybe starting to consider blurring them themselves. And this is part of what we're seeing in Mansfield Park is those blurring of character with, particularly with Maria Bertram and Henry Crawford, as they are playing their characters. We also see that they're starting to blur their own interests with those of the characters. Another place where we saw restraint cast off was emotional restraint. As I mentioned before, proper in keeping yourself under good regulation, and particularly emotional regulation, was extremely important in polite society. Women could swoon if they saw something horrific enough. They were allowed to swoon, but that's about it. and men were not encouraged to display a great deal of emotion. Naturally, the trend in theater, the mode of acting that was popular at the time, is what would strike us today as being very melodramatic. Actresses swooned excessively in displays of emotion on the stage, and male actors ranted and railed expressively. So it was an extreme. On stage, they did all these things that proper men and women didn't do, even if their characters were proper men and women. The way they expressed themselves was not by any means proper. And so simply to engage in acting the way it was popular to do, it was expected to do in the time, led people to what was considered then to be improper behavior. We would just look at it and say, okay, they're way overacting. But then those displays were really morally shaky. They caused question of the character. Who is this person who can do these things? On top of all of that, home theatricals, well, any kind of theatrical expression could involve physical contacts between actors and actresses, which is one of the reasons why actresses had terrible reputations. They were not gentlewomen by any stretch of the imagination, and you definitely never wanted to see your daughter perform in professional theater if you were in the gently born classes. In plays at home, in amateur theatricals, there was this opportunity for stage business between actors and actresses, which blurred the lines of propriety, could ask questions about what's the nature of their character and the sincerity and integrity of the person involved, and was considered improper behavior. So, you know, that was just one more layer that led to a lot of concern for the propriety of individuals involved. A moralist in the era, Reverend Thomas Gisborne in 1797 summed up the situation, and I'm going to read the quote to you here. He says, "For some years past, the custom of acting in plays in private theaters and homes fitted up by individuals of fortune, and this has prevailed. Take the benefit of all these favorable circumstances, yet what is even the tendency of such amusement? To encourage vanity, to incite the thirst of applause and admiration of attainments which, if they are to be thus exhibited, would be commonly have better been for the individuals not to possess, to destroy diffidence by the unrestrained familiarity with the persons of the other sex, which invariably results from being joined with them in the drama, to create a general fondness for the perusal of plays, of which so many are unfit to be read, and for attending dramatic representations of which so many are unfit to be witnessed." So basically what he is saying is that we see people being vain and encouraged in their vanity and to enjoy attention and applause, to engage in unrestrained familiarity with those of the opposite sex, to create a fondness for seeing plays, many of which are morally questionable, and for participating in them. So all in all, Gisborne kind of sums this up as not really a very good thing. One thing we do know is that Cassandra Austen read Gisborne's work and gave it to her sister Jane in 1805. And Austen wasn't too sure what she was going to think of it, but she did read it and found herself approving of it. So this gives us some indication that Austen had some concerns about the appropriateness of what was going on in home theatricals. And it's particularly interesting when you look at what some of the things going on in her own home were. In 1887, Eliza Hancock, one of Austen's cousins, performed a home theatrical called The Wonder with the Austens in their Steventon home. Eliza played the heroine while Jane Austen's brother Henry played the hero. Austen family tradition said Eliza flirted with both brothers, James and Henry, and that the play offered many opportunities for stage business, as it was called, between the hero and the heroine. 10 years later, Eliza and Henry were married after Eliza's first husband was guillotined in France in 1794. All of which kind of leads one to wonder what Austen must have thought of all of this. It's not a huge leap that some have suggested that Austen was inspired by what she saw there to write Mary Crawford in Mansfield Park, as well as what was going on with Henry and Maria Bertram. Also, Lady Susan was thought to have been inspired by some of this and several pieces of her juvenilia. So it really seems like Austen herself had some concerns with what could be going on in home theatricals and some of the things she saw in her own family, which I think is always kind of interesting. So we've got about 3 or 4 minutes left. Do we have any questions or thoughts or comments that you would like to throw out before we're done? Do we have anything there on YouTube, Shannon?
I've got a question from Rita, which maybe Abigail has kind of already answered, but Rita says, which type of plots would they develop for these home theatricals? Did they add characters that were not part of their sphere, or did they avoid having characters such as merchants, servants, etc.?
Oh, I think that one, it's going to depend on the individual, because the individual homes could choose to do plays that had already been written, or they could write their own, or they could adapt stuff that had already been written. And characters like merchants and servants were often necessary for the plot lines. So they could definitely be added in, and it would just kind of depend on the individual, one to another, exactly how they would do it. That was individual preference. Anything else? Well, if you want to read some more on this, I have a series of articles that this talk is based on my website, Random Bits of Fascination. And I would love you guys to come out there and visit with me. Take a look at those. All the references are on the site if you're interested in where any of this information came down to. I'll see if I can find the information on that painting, and I will, that's a good question. I'm trying to figure out how best to get it to you. Why don't you email me at authormariagrace@gmail.com, and you can I can email you the information on that painting. That's probably the best way to do it. And with that, I think it is time to pass this off to Amy and our panel discussion. So I am going to go ahead and make you the host. Does that sound good, Amy?
Yes.
All righty.
Let's hope that works, because I don't know what to do if it doesn't.
It says you're the host, so I think we got it.
It does? Okay. Yay, I'm official.
Okay, great.
Okay, and I will just suggest that you chat for a couple of minutes in case anyone's coming in right at 8 o'clock for your talk.
Sounds great. We'll do that.
Chat about like quarantine hair, which I'm having right now.
I have South Carolina hair. My hair hasn't adjusted yet, so.
Carolina right now?
Yeah.
Good. I wish I was at the beach. I'm trapped in the city. That's okay.
Well, that's fun too.
so much worse. But I've been like, this is what happens when you have like a really short, choppy haircut that grows out for 3 months and doesn't see a stylist. So have a little
This
bit
is
of
the first mine's been out of a bun for a long time. So
I can't go in a bun. I used to do that. Now it's too short for a bun. So I'm stuck.
it's cute. I like it.
Thanks. I feel like it's like got an almost a mullet thing happening. Like it's longer. I'm like, I feel like a parrot.
Yes, when I had my hair loose last week, a couple people complimented me on it, and I was like, this is what my hair looks like if I don't color or cut it for 6 months. So I'm glad you liked it.
Mine, I went blonde in September, just, for fun. And I'm not a natural blonde, so I had it touched up in January. But then by like March, I swear it was like brown to here and then blonde. And it looks like this really like trailer park trashy version of Cruella de Vil. It was so I ordered a box of hair color from Amazon, which I have not done my hair at home since I was 21. So it's in the bathroom, like shaking it. My daughter was traumatized. She was like, what are you doing to your hair? It was horrible and hysterical. So
Okay, and it's now 8 o'clock, so you want to go ahead with your panel? We're all
All right,
ears.
we'll take it away. Well, I just want to welcome everybody for coming here tonight. And we're gonna, Grace's talk was so wonderful and so informative. She's definitely a hard act to follow. So if you're just joining us, I would definitely recommend you catch the recording of that one because it was really wonderful. What we are hoping to do here tonight will probably be a little bit different. Myself, Elizabeth Adams, and Lucy Marin are going to lead a discussion about tropes, and specifically about the tropes that we see so often in JAFF. So we're really hoping that everybody came ready to talk and tell us about their favorites, their least favorites, and that sort of thing, because we would just love a lively discussion from everyone. So that said, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth, who's going to start us off by saying what exactly tropes are.
Hopefully the sound is better, by the way. Do I still sound like I'm in a tunnel, or is it better, Jenna?
It's a little tinny.
I don't know why that is. So sorry. Maybe I just have a tinny voice.
It's a little better to me. So yeah, a bit better.
We'll make it work. So, okay, so a trope is smaller than a theme, which is a really big idea, like redemption or forgiveness. But it's more like a recurring event or a recurring situation. So in our genre specifically, you'll see something like Elizabeth and Darcy get married because her father dies and she has to. Really popular one. They get married because they're caught in a horrible compromising position, locked in a library, or something like that. So a trope is basically something that keeps repeating, like the proposal gets interrupted and then that changes everything. So basically it's a situation or a specific thing that you keep seeing slightly tweaked. Is that clear as mud for everybody?
I think that's good. So a question that I certainly had is, why are tropes so popular? We do see some recurring themes over and over again. And I often think, certainly as a writer, that one reason they're popular is it's a way for us to put Elizabeth and Darcy together in an era where really them spending a lot of time together, alone, really talking openly would just not be proper. So if somehow they are stranded by a storm, or they're forced to marry when they don't understand each other and they're not both in love, well, they have no option but to have to deal with each other. And that's another way to express ourselves and bring our imagination to characters that we all really love, and who doesn't imagine them in some sort of different situation. And there may be only so many different themes we can write on, but the pleasure is in how each author comes about it.
You know, and if I can add to that, Lucy, just, I know as I was thinking about it, you know, and by the way, thanks to any of you who may have filled out our little survey we did. We got some really great responses and we really did appreciate that so much. But I know for myself, I kind of gave some thought to it and I was like, well, I guess by definition, JAFF people would like tropes because essentially we're reading about the same characters over and over again. So clearly recurrence is not like an issue for us. Like we like what we like, right? But it was, and I saw Victoria, like, thank you. I just saw Victoria joined in. Victoria, please feel free to shout out. We're doing it casual here today. But Victoria wanted to know a little bit more about what we did, what we learned on the survey. And I would be happy to share that with anyone who'd like to see it. But I thought one interesting thing was just the first question was what the overall opinion of it is. And I was like, does anybody actually really hate the tropes, the classic themes that we see over and over again in JAFF? And of all our responders, only one said, no, I really hate tropes. I want to see something original. So pretty much everyone else was like, I don't mind, you know, I don't mind reading them. I like, you know, it gives you that level of comfort. You know, you kind of know where the story's going. But, you know, pretty much we're all pretty much okay with that. But like I said, I guess that's not a big shot because we're reading about our favorite people, aren't we? Was there any other
Robin's
question?
asked how many people responded, Amy?
We ended up with 62 responders, which I thought was amazing.
Awesome.
I think when I gave the information to you and Elizabeth, there were less. We got a couple more today, so that was fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's kind of why they seem to go well. I have then the task of answering the question, what were the favorite tropes in JAFF? So I'm going to put that out to you all. What does everyone think the answers were? Any guesses? You're all muted. I think most of you are, but please feel free to unmute yourself and shout some stuff out at me.
Forced marriage.
Forced marriage was the number one. So the way we posed the question for those who did not get to see the survey, we said to pick 5. And forced marriage was the king. 72% of people love a forced marriage. I'm among them. I've never actually written one, but I do love to read them. And I don't know why, you know, I mean, I do love it. I'm like, why do I love it so much more than other things? I don't know, but it's definitely the king. Get busy. Oh, I hear they're my editors chiming in. Get busy on that. Okay, so how about I've got 5 more. What else do you guys think was the top 5? We should have like split up, done this like Family Feud style. Nicole, did you have a thought?
I would think where they're stranded somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
stranded somewhere?
Yeah.
Stranded somewhere, yes. And I'll throw that in as yes, there's some kind of weather or disaster that that forces the couple together. And I know you know, Abigail's here, and I think of her one where the rains came and washed out all the roads. That was a good one that I loved. So we liked a snowstorm. I don't know if Jack is still on here. He, you know, pushed him in a cabin with a bunch of snow. That's always, you know, a popular one. I don't know. Has anyone ever written one where sunshine like forces them together? That would be a struggle, I guess.
Yeah, I'm here.
And then, I'm sorry, what?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, so we would Jack with this snowstorm. Okay, and then we also, what's number 3? Anyone? It's very similar.
Just a second, Amy, I'm going to interrupt. If you're the host, please put your screen on speaker view.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me see. See, I've already messed this up. Okay. All right. I think it's on there now.
Okay.
Have I mauled up the YouTube? Sorry, YouTubers.
It's okay. It'll take a couple minutes to discover if that actually took care of it, but I'll get back to you.
Okay.
If there's a problem.
I knew we were in trouble the minute I was in charge of anything.
Oh, it's good now.
Okay, awesome.
Mr. Bennett dies.
Mr. Bennett dies. Let's see, that one was actually Mr. Bennett dies and or the Bennetts are ruined was number 5. So well done.
Melanie Rachel guessed Elizabeth is not a Bennett.
Elizabeth is not a Bennett. That was one of them. Let's see. That was actually not a favorite. I know, gasp. No, actually, okay, I lied. It was listed on the group of favorites. It was not one of my top 5, but it was on there. It was on the list. So yay. And one thing I definitely learned with this survey was that for everything that's a favorite, it's somebody else's not favorite. So take that for what it's worth.
What about?
No, so the other one, oh, sorry, go ahead, Victoria.
I was going to say second chances, like Elizabeth and Darcy get a second chance.
That's a good one. I did not have that one. I should have consulted you before I made this survey, but I did not have that one. And after I had sent it out, I thought of a couple others, like, a love triangle. I didn't put anything on here about like a good love triangle. So, oh, okay. I see Deborah has weighed in. Hold on one second. How come I can't see the chat? Oh gosh, we've got a lot of chats. Elizabeth and Darcy forced to marry another. I think we're going to find that on another list. It was definitely not on the favorites list. No, the only one that we did not guess in terms of our favorites is really kind of similar to the weather one, but I had injury or illness as a separate scenario, basically. And so that was the other one that we're missing here in the top 5 that people love to, break Elizabeth's ankles or, make Darcy come down with consumption or something to get them together. So that's our favorites. That's our top 5 favorites. Okay, I'm sorry. I see a request here. Can I repeat the top 5? Okay, our top 5. Okay, we have the forced marriage. We have injury or illness forced the couple to be together. We have weather or a natural disaster traps them somewhere. And, oh, sorry, my dog just came in. And I missed number 5. I'm sorry. See, I just did not get at this organizational stuff. The Bennetts are ruined and or Mr. Bennett dies. And then lastly, the one that we did not mention is that Darcy and Elizabeth are friends and love develops from there. And that's not one you see very often. I think because most of us, she starts off hating him, so it's hard to go to friendship from there. But yeah, that's a favorite. 40% of people love that one. So get going, JAFF writers.
Pointing my finger at you too. So.
Okay, so I guess that means it's my turn to do the least favorite. And I am not half so organized as Amy. So I was not thinking like all the 5 least favorite. I was just thinking the big least favorite, and it was kind of almost a tie. And just out of curiosity, what are y'all's least favorite? And yes, I say y'all's. You can make fun of me if you want. It's y'all is you all plural. But I'm curious what you would think would be the least favorite. And even Amy and Lucy, we haven't actually talked a lot. So I'm curious what, yes, Jenna, y'all are in Baltimore now. So Jenna likes to tease me, FYI, y'all will see that happening in the Zoom chat on the side. But I'm curious what your least favorites are, you, the audience, as well as you, Lucy and Amy. So, okay, so married to someone else. Oh, they don't end up together. Yeah, I hate it when they don't end up together, like ever. Like, what is the point of that? So I read one.
That's definitely, yeah, that's definitely.
Why are we reading this?
I mean, I have to say, like, I'm pretty much willing to give anything a read just to see what's going to happen. But if they're not going to end up together, you're gonna, I don't know. That's the deal breaker for me. Sorry for it. If anyone out there loves that, I can't get through that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Somebody else said in the chat that one of them dies early in the marriage. Yeah, that's what, oh, that's awful. I feel like I have read that. I feel like there might be.
I think I did that. I did do that. Yeah. But is this like a whole, like, I mean, it was like a whole thing. I mean, I don't know. I tried to make it work. It didn't.
You have to spill which book was it? Because I don't remember this. Maybe I blocked it out.
It wasn't a book. It wasn't a book. I posted it at AHA. I know my buddy Jan, I think she's still on here. She's like, that's the one of yours I've never read and I won't read.
It's a short story.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Is it the one where Hearst shoots him with a rifle accidentally in the very beginning?
No, it was a whip thing.
Oh, never mind. I do know the one it is. I know.
Yeah.
And I didn't look it out.
And Deborah has recommended warning labels. That's a good idea, Deborah.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And the title for Amy's book is irrelevant because it's not published, right? Like it's not
public. No, and it's not even available on the boards anymore. And honestly, it probably never will be published because why publish a bloodbath? Why just make people cry? I can just come to your house and smack you if you'd prefer, you know?
I'll never be able to show her face in this town again. So
Oh my goodness. Debbie has written.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lucy.
No, I just saw one that Debbie has written here. The one I read, Elizabeth dies in childbirth, which isn't bad enough, and Darcy becomes addicted to opium. I mean, that's too much angst even for me. Like, I'd dream it. I'd never write it.
Time travel, or not time travels, but he like becomes immortal and gets reincarnated or something like that. Is that the one? Because I did read something crazy like that years ago that I was like, it's just weird enough that I'm going to keep going. But anyway.
I will say this though, one of my top favorite stories, which is so sad. It never fails to make me cry. It's not published. It's on the board. I think it's at DWG somewhere. Sarah's story. Now, Elizabeth does not die young. She's older. She lives her life. But I mean, yeah, like Elizabeth is dying, but beautiful story. I love it. Whenever you need a good sob, that's where you go to Sarah's story because it's fantastic. But ugh.
I 100% agree. I cannot second that enough. It's such a fantastic story. And it's not like she's dying the whole story.
No, it's very nostalgic, very bittersweet.
Yeah. So I love that. I agree.
Who's the author? Who's the author? Who's the author of Sarah's story?
Who is the author of Sarah's story? Gosh, I can barely remember my stories. Anyone know?
I don't know, but if you search on the index, Sarah's story, or even throw it up on Facebook because it's really old and everybody has read it. So someone will be able to send you a link or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know who it is though, off the top of my head. But it is really, really worth the read. So according to our poll, the least favorite tropes, it looks like it's a really close tie between Elizabeth or Darcy is married to someone else. I did that. Sorry. Although, I don't know, I think it worked out. But anyway, and then omens or magic or signs. So I'm guessing that encompasses kind of all the fantasy. I would say that includes all of that. It seems to be kind of overwhelmingly not a favorite. I'm actually a little bit surprised that it's disliked quite that much. I understand why the marriage is disliked, but I'm surprised about the magic one, because there are some magic stories that are super popular, especially on the boards. So I'll admit to being surprised by that.
The whole thing is, I believe the way the question was worded, I think threw people off, because I marked in there I didn't like it because it's like omens. If it had been separated where it's just a magical story or wizards or dragons, I think it would have rated very highly. There's the omens part, like it's their destiny and angels or spirits. That's where I understood the question to say. So maybe that's the reason it rated as low as it did.
Yeah, that's a little double-barreled, isn't it? So yeah, that.
I think so. I think too, like, I honestly, like, you know, like I said, and I noticed this looking at most favorite, least favorite, you know, I think we all kind of have our like sub niche of JAFF, you know what I mean? So it's like, maybe like it doesn't appeal to the vast majority, but there's a group that like loves it a lot, you know what I mean? And like, I know like, you know, like Grace's Dragon series is so much fun. I wouldn't say that though that then I love dragon stories, but I do love hers. So I mean, it's sort of like, I don't know. I think anything in the hands of a skilled author can really sing. And you know, for me, that's why I always try to read something that even if I don't like, except like I said, except for Married to Somebody Else or Not Going to End Up Together, that I can't do. But anything else, I try to jump in, see what happens.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about the magic stories particularly is they create a nice bridge, because a lot of younger readers, specifically teenagers like those, I have a teenage daughter. Anybody else who has a teenage daughter, we can all commiserate together. But let's just say that our literary tastes don't exactly mesh. So we have had the hardest time trying to find movies to watch together, books to read together. So oddly, she started Maria Grace's Dragon series like just this week, because I read one of Maria's books and I had read the earlier part of her series earlier, like last year I read the first, and now she has this new one coming out. So I was like, okay, I'll look there. So now my 14-year-old daughter and I are reading it together because it's JAFF like I like, but fantasy like she likes. So it's for that purpose alone. I'm grateful that there are some, you know, fantastical JAFF stories, because otherwise we would have like nothing to talk about. So,
yeah, and you know, and again, like that is one thing that I think is so important, and why I personally feel really good that like people do continue to try to push boundaries and take JAFF into other places, because I mean, let's face it, like some of us who have maybe been reading JAFF a long time are not getting any older or any younger. We are getting older. All of us are. I wish I wasn't.
I will be young forever.
You know, we want to keep appealing to the younger people, and we want more and more people to fall in love with Pride and Prejudice. And so I think magic is a very, you know, the stories with the magical elements, the enchantments, those are the things that I think will help us bridge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to butt in.
I think we're seeing.
Can I butt in a moment?
Yeah.
Lori Lillian says that Sarah's story is, the author is Stacy B, her DWG pen name. For those
awesome. Thank you, Lori. We remember, we love it. We just can't remember who wrote it.
Unfortunately, that happens all the time.
Thank you, Lori.
So are we done talking about all the things we hate and want to talk about
more that we love? I would say, I know for me, the other one thing that I was surprised also to see on the things we don't like, or the tropes, the least favorite tropes, is I was sort of surprised to see Georgiana being pregnant or having a baby. And I know, you know, I'm always so fascinated by the hidden stories. And Abigail, I know you touched on those on your talk on the other day, but I just always find the hints that Georgiana was pregnant in canon so interesting. So I'm surprised that that people just don't like that. People don't like to imagine that maybe Georgiana did have a baby.
I wonder if that's because we all have this, we don't all have this image, I obviously don't, but this image that Georgiana is this really sweet young girl who's so shy she won't even talk to Elizabeth, because that's what we see in Pride and Prejudice. But when we see her for a blink of an eye in Pride and Prejudice, and really long after she almost eloped with George Wickham. So yeah, I wonder if that skews some of our perception of her rather, and not wanting her to have actually had a baby.
And Melanie just brings up, Rachel says, oops, sorry, I just lost your comment, Melanie. You say, where did it go? Oh, it brings up the point, which I think is very good. We don't know very much about her in canon, which I think is so true. And I know, like, I had personally never thought about the other side of Georgiana until I read when Lucy was posting her wonderful story, Being Mrs. Darcy, and with her fantastically wretched Georgiana, who is just, you know, the worst. But
yeah, I got a lot of strong reactions
at the time.
Yep.
You know, we never really addressed the fact that when Elizabeth does meet Georgiana, it is, you know, basically a full year since her near elopement. So a lot could have changed in that year. I mean, I know, you know, again, going back to those of us who have had the care and feeding of a teenage girl, a lot can happen in a year, a lot can change. So the Georgiana we meet might have been totally different from the Georgiana of just a year earlier that tried to elope. So, yeah, I don't know. Georgiana is an interesting character to me. I like to think about what she might have done, what she might have got up to.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons we don't want that to happen to her also, though, is that she's 15 at the time. And we've all obviously been 15 and know 15-year-old girls or have a 15-year-old girl. And just the idea of her going through that and being pregnant in that situation, and even in that time period, it's just so horrible. Like, we just don't want that for her. You know, I think it was Jenna that we feel bad for her. Like, we like her, she has our sympathy. Why do we, even if we don't like her, we at least sympathize a little bit. So why do that to her, poor thing? Like, I just feel bad, you know, knocking up some poor 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, we do a lot of rather horrible things to them, though, don't we? I was thinking that as we're looking at some of the lists of things we really like: disasters, disease, death. We're kind of morbid. And really, and she is 15, so I understand that because I do have a teenage daughter myself. So yeah, I don't want her to have to go through anything like that now in the 21st century, let alone back in the 19th. So, yeah. Sorry, my cat is knocking things all over the place. Okay, should we move on to the next thing? We have lots of time still for conversation, so anyone who wants to put things down more. Oh, Maria Hudson wrote, how did the love triangle fare? Yeah.
Sadly, I forgot to put love triangle on the list. And that was one of those that afterward, I really should have probably done this survey in more than like a nanosecond, which is how long it took me to put it together. But I don't know. Yeah. What does everyone think? Love triangle, love it, hate it?
On the triangle. Some of them I really like. And Joanna Starnes has a fantastic book, The Unthinkable Triangle. And it's so good, but I swear, like 2 bars of dark chocolate and 3 glasses. While I was reading that book, I was just like crying. And we were on vacation. We were at the beach, and the kids come running up to me out of the water, and all 3 of mine were little at the time. And my youngest is like 2 years old, and she's like, "Mommy, why are you crying?" Because it's so sad. So it is intense because I'm a fan of Colonel Fitzwilliam generally, but I don't love to torture him. But at the same time, I love to torture him because it just makes for such a good story. So yeah, I think it depends. For me, it depends on the triangle. I sort of kind of had that in my book, On Equal Ground, like not really, but almost. Elizabeth has her first husband, and Darcy's like aware of her, but not in love with her. And it's not until she's widowed that he, picks her. But it's a similar kind of idea. And I think if the triangle's done properly, like you said, Amy, if in the right hands, I'll read anything.
Yeah. Yes.
Then I'll read it.
And I think you hit on something else. It's how much do you like Richard? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, like sometimes Richard to me is a not, and his name's not even Richard. Colonel Fitzwilliam.
Yes, thank you for pointing
Colonel
that out. I
Fitzwilliam.
named him Tom.
You
so-
mean the
sorry.
loudmouth plot device?
Sorry, what's that, Jack?
Loudmouth plot device.
Yeah. But you know, I mean, he's you know, we have made him in the fanon into this hero, and he doesn't necessarily need to be. I mean, we can make him be a jerk sometimes, and I know I did, to much dismay and wailing and gnashing of teeth. But you know, we like to think of him as Darcy's BFF and all that, and you know, he might not be. And so, you know, I think if you're going to do a love triangle, obviously it's probably easier to do it if you don't make him that great guy.
Yeah.
There's a little discussion on YouTube about Mean Jane. How about that for a trope?
Mean Jane, that actually, so we have our list here, the favorite trope that's not listed, and people said they want to see more of either Mean Jane or Strong Jane. And those are two different things, I know, but yeah, that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
I do like a Strong Jane. I don't love a Mean Jane because I feel like, I don't know, I'm from a big family, so I kind of relate to this whole Bennett dynamic, the Bennett family dynamic. There are 5 sisters in 7 years. There are 6 of us in 10 years, but mine is completely different. I'm the only girl. I have 5 brothers. And I just know how much your older siblings affect you. So I think with Jane being so close in age to Elizabeth and older than her, I think if she were mean, there's no way that doesn't affect, firstly, the entire family, but especially Elizabeth, who would have been her childhood playmate. So then I start thinking realistically, this changes everything, not just Jane's character. So I struggle with Mean Jane, but I do love a stronger Jane. I've done that myself, kind of showed her character evolution, if you will. So I do like that, but the mean one is just really hard for me to buy personally.
I think for Mean Jane, like I know I've seen it sometimes where there are circumstances that Jane faces that make her get a little bit bitter. And I can dig that, you know, like I'm all about circumstances. If you write me a reason, like I don't just want Jane to be outright hateful for no apparent reason, but if you write me a good reason, I'm in, I'm down.
Yeah, if something happens to her and we understand, you know, why. Yeah, I'm with you. Again, anything in the right hands, I can get on board with. But yeah, if she's just hateful, like she's just born that way, or she's my least favorite, and I probably should not say this because I'll piss people off, but my least favorite trope, if you will, is Jane is actually like this horrible, evil cow, and she's just tricking everybody the whole time. So everyone thinks she's sweet and nice, but secretly she's like this manipulative, greedy little plotter. And I just have this really hard time with thinking she could be that fake all the time, like 24/7 be fake. But there are several stories like that, and every time I see them, I'm just like, oh, here we go again.
You know, Robin has also brought up another good thought, and I know I love to, you know, obviously we all have a way we feel about Darcy and Elizabeth not getting together, but what about stories without Bingley and Jane getting together? How's everyone think there?
I'm okay with it.
It's cool.
I know I've seen it both ways. I've seen people get really upset about that. You know, some people do. Go ahead.
Depends who it is. Like, it depends who she ends up with. You know, like if it's, I never mind if it's Richard well, Colonel Fitzwilliam. That never bothers me. But if it's somebody that she doesn't really love, I don't like it.
Yeah, I think circumstance too. I mean, he does go away, right? He goes away for months on end. She doesn't think he's ever coming back. After a certain point, she has to give up thinking that he's actually coming back. So if someone else comes along that she thinks she can have a happy life with and a secure one, given how important marriage was to young women at the time, especially for the Bennets who have no money, no education with which to support themselves, you know, I'd buy it. She might regret it, but I'd buy it. Like she might regret it if he actually came back into her life. I wouldn't want to see her get married and be miserable because she always thought about the one who got away.
Yeah, there are a lot of interesting comments happening on the site here. A lot of
yeah.
Yeah, some people don't care, others just need it to be done properly. But I think for me personally, again, it's all about how it's done. So if Jane finds somebody else, like Lucy said, that she really likes, then why not? Like that's a great idea. Let's let that happen. But if she's just going to be sad and miserable without Bingley, I don't know. I've played with it a little bit in my own writing where Jane is just really struggling with, she realizes that Bingley is probably not the best plan, but at the same time, she still loves him. And I think that sometimes you just don't choose who you love, and sometimes you recognize the faults in the person whom you love. Like, yeah, he's easily led. I still love him. Darcy's a prideful jerk. We still love him. So,
right.
Yeah.
I would personally, this is just me, and maybe this is my modern brain thinking and putting a mindset that's not necessarily true, but I know for me personally, I like it when Jane's kind of like, no, like you just like, I have been embarrassed for 6 months because you didn't come, or however long it was, I'm not even, for however many months, you didn't come back. Everyone's been talking about me, like up yours. No.
Yeah. You're so weak. You let your sisters and your friend tear you apart from me. Yeah, like I'm supposed to believe you really.
Yeah, and one conversation later and you're coming into my mom's drawing room like, no, thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah. And it must have been a long time because it was November 26th. And then
basically almost October, like September. It's like 10 months.
Yeah, that's a really long time. And of course, that's partly judging it from today's perspective. I mean,
it is, but still.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't live as long as we live now. So in that perspective, it's a larger chunk of her life. But also people would be gone for these huge periods of time because travel took so long. So I don't know. I think she does forgive him really easily, but at the same time, that's very Jane. Like that's the whole point of her. And I think that's why she needs a really good, kind person, whether it's Bingley or somebody else, because she's so easy to take advantage of. Like you could just all over
totally.
Her. Yeah. So she
and really Jenna just mentioned another great trope. The girl we love to hate. She said the best trope of all is a good Caroline set down.
Oh,
which yeah. Hard to come up with new ways all the time, but yeah, like I'm all about whatever anyone can think of that gets Caroline what she deserves.
Now, hold on there. Don't start picking on my girl.
Jack, if she's your girl, I have concerns. Very here.
I sometimes like thinking in anti-tropes, and we do all love, most of us, sorry, Jack, love the Caroline Smackdown. So I'm like, how can I write a really nice Caroline that people will root for? And, she may come off and people may think that she's not so nice, but really she is. And well, I don't know that I'll ever get to it because I haven't found a really good way, but.
I will say, and this just probably reflects that I've written or read way too much. I swear, like some of the things I've read, just everything. But there's a really good book that was focused on Caroline back this is an old, I don't know if it was a book or if it was posted online or where it was, but basically the Colonel makes it his mission to kind of reform Caroline, turn her into less of a mean girl and more of a, a nice person.
Jack's book. I feel like
maybe it is. Is that your book, Jack?
Well, it's a different Colonel. That's Colonel Sir John Buford, my Dark Darcy, who straightens her act out in the Three Colonels.
Oh, so that is okay. There we go. So is it as old as I thought? I mean, when would I have read that? I can't remember
when 10 years ago.
Okay.
And by the way, the sequel will be out this fall, so you're going to see a lot more of my Caroline.
Okay, we'll see the good Caroline.
Well, she's good, but she's got her edges.
Yeah.
Jack, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you did something of that, like a little bit of that in Mr. Darcy Came to Dinner. Like it wasn't super. Yeah.
That was a fun one. Yeah, that was a fun one to do, because what I did was I made her kind of a normal person when she wasn't around Darcy. And so that's why she gets a proper set down from Colonel Fitzwilliam, who's really likes her. And that's why he gives her the set down, because she said, basically, wake up. You're never getting Darcy. He's above you. Besides, he doesn't like you anyway.
Yeah.
And so that was a really fun scene to write, when Elizabeth, of course, is in the bushes and overhears it. And now she has to actually feel a little sorry for Carolyn, even though she can be a witch sometimes. It's fun.
And I will, sorry, just to support that, I want to bring up a comment from our chat room here that Melanie raises the point, which I do think is an important one, that Caroline, you know, she is a bit of a mean girl, but she's not necessarily the, you know, crazy girl that you know, we do see sometimes. And I know I'll read both. Depends on, you know, what the circumstances are and whatever. But it is an important distinct. I mean, she was, you know, when I think of Caroline, I mean, she had every reason to think she could get Darcy. She was beautiful. She was, you know, she had the money. She was best friend, or she was sister to his good buddy. So I do like to look at her from that perspective, is that, you know, she wasn't just all out wild crazy, although sometimes I like to write her like that too. But
well, I'll have to disagree with one point. There was one little factor why Darcy was out of her league, is that she was not a gentleman's daughter.
Yes.
That's why he would never marry her, because he wasn't impoverished. Now, you get somebody like Darcy who needed to have cash to flush up his estate, that's a whole different ball.
Then she's in the game. Yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yes.
They're saying very nice things about you and your book on YouTube. However, they're complaining that they can't see you on the video.
That's because I have my camera off.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying.
So I'm wondering if you ever did a survey on secondary character tropes and what people would say, because I was interested in knowing, you know, do people like it better when they get a set down, or if secondary characters are reformed, or, you know, what happens?
That would be a great poll to do. And we, there's all sorts. Amy proposed doing this poll to us and sent us one. And I said in one of the comments to Amy and Elizabeth, you know, I've often just imagined doing this sort of more academic research on the fandom to really figure out, what do we like, what don't we like, why? I mean, sometimes I think there must be some interesting reasons behind it. But no, that wasn't really part of this one.
Yeah, like I said, I did this very quickly.
Yeah.
Something that was a bit more comprehensive might have been good, especially since we got so many good responses. I know that, you know, for myself, with secondary characters, you know, I don't know, I'm all about D&E. I mean, for me, you know, like once in a while, I'll maybe dig into one, but I just love a good D&E story.
Noticed recently kind of a run on character books where Mary comes into her own. And I find that very interesting, that Mary is now so much more popular than she used to be. That there's now this whole thing about bookish Mary blossoming, and people thinking that because they've been bookish as girls, they wanted to see Mary blossoming. So.
And there are some really good ones of Mary doing that. I also really like Lydia redemption stories, because I feel badly for her. She's super annoying, but she's also just, and so I feel like kind of the same. I don't want to see 15-year-old Georgiana pregnant. I don't want to see 15-year-old Lydia married to this guy who will be a horrible husband forever. I think that she was a product of her circumstances, and she had a very Elizabeth-esque personality, but maybe not quite as clever. And her parents didn't have the energy for her by the time she came along. And so they just let her do whatever to keep her, you know, to get her to be quiet. And I think she's very much a victim of her parents' exhaustion. And I think it would be interesting to see like what would have happened if a Lydia type character had been born first and a Jane type character had been born last. And I think that would be really interesting. Maybe I will, Melanie. Melanie's yelling. Maybe I will write that after the next like 5 that are in my head, and maybe I'll get to that. But I do like seeing Lydia redeemed because I think there is possibility for her. And Lucy was mentioning earlier about something happening, or maybe it was you, Amy. Sorry, I'm too many voices. But if something happens to change a person, so if Jane can become bitter by circumstances, then surely Lydia can become better by circumstances. So I think Wickham would probably make her realize what an idiot she'd been quickly, and she might grow from that, especially if she came across a mentor type person or some way, some catalyst to get her there. I would like to see that.
Actually, I have in mind, it's way down on my list of things I have in mind in terms of JAFF, just a story where Jane and Elizabeth, who always seem so different than their 3 younger sisters, take a more active role in supporting them and guiding them in the absence of their parents actually doing it, so that they try to help them grow up and give them more of that parental structure that they obviously don't get from Mr. and Mrs. Bennet. Because I think that, I would agree with what you were just saying about Lydia. I think she is a product of her circumstances. She's indulged, she's allowed to do whatever she wants. Her parents have ceased caring, and they just, Mr. Bennet just makes sarcastic comments at his wife and about his daughters and on and on. So Jane and Elizabeth are certainly different than Mary, Kitty, and Lydia. What if they played more of a role in their lives and really acted like big sisters? So.
I've always kind of looked at the 5 Bennet sisters, and it's kind of like the 5 sisters. Elizabeth is like all of Elizabeth's 4 sisters have some quality that she has as well, but just it's underdeveloped in the rest of them. Like Jane, Elizabeth is sweet, but she's also intelligent, so it's a different kind of sweetness. Like Mary, she's smart, she wants to apply herself to her books and so forth, but Mary doesn't have the humor and the more sensible side of it to not let that take over as a dominant thing. Like Lydia, Elizabeth, is vivacious. She likes to have a good time. But with Lydia, that was all it was. So I think it's really an interesting character study if you look at the other sisters as sort of the parts of Elizabeth's whole, and you realize like it can be developed out of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I might jump in just to one final thing that was on our survey. It might be interesting, was some of the favorite tropes that weren't covered in the survey. Somebody way back on the chat list now asked what was included in it. So I'll tell you the options that there were for favorite and least favorite tropes. Forced marriage, weather or natural disaster, injury or illness forces a couple together. The Bennets are ruined through death, Lydia's elopement, and so on, and Darcy has to save Elizabeth. Elizabeth is a servant, governess, or companion. Elizabeth is not a Bennet. Elizabeth or all of the Bennets are titled. Omens, magic signs. Darcy or Elizabeth is an otherworldly creature. Elizabeth or Darcy is married to someone else. Darcy and Elizabeth are friends and then fall in love. Georgiana is pregnant, has a baby. So there were some other ones that came up in this fill in the blank, whatever you like sort of ones. Abuse of power tropes in the forced marriage scenario, which can build on some of the other options. And then within forced marriage, of course, there are a variety of other tropes. Elizabeth not wanting to marry Darcy, but doing it for economic reasons was one we talked about. Elizabeth and Darcy married to avoid marriage to someone else, especially Collins, but there's a possibility of Darcy wanting to marry Elizabeth so he can avoid marrying Anne de Bourgh. I've seen that one done too. A serial novel type intrigue as a backdrop, something that would include melodrama to go along with the romance. and a duel or two. Whoever wrote that, if you're here, I like the and a duel or two part, especially. Similarly, Darcy and Elizabeth work together to solve a problem of some type, or enemies force Darcy and Elizabeth to work together. Another way to throw them together, I guess. Elizabeth saves her family from ruin. I like that, where she's sort of that strong, more active one who manages to save her family, rather than having Darcy swoop in and do it for her, which is more Regency appropriate. He would be the one with the power. However, we get to insert our own fantasies in here too. Georgiana helps Elizabeth and Darcy get together. That's been done, certainly. Elizabeth escapes forced marriage to Collins. We all love that. Darcy and Elizabeth meet when they are young. Georgiana is in difficulty and meets Elizabeth before Elizabeth and Darcy meet. Or similarly, Elizabeth is known to Darcy's relatives before Elizabeth and Darcy meet. Darcy is not the heir to Pemberley, and he's on a different path than that in Pride and Prejudice. Variations that start from when Elizabeth leaves Lambton. Got my list here. Time slips. Mary has a larger role and is more of a vibrant character. That one's come up in the discussions already, and it can extend to other characters. Mrs. Bennet is better or improved. Mr. Bennet is better or improved. And similar to what Elizabeth was saying about if Jane was bad, if we make the parents better in some way, that would have real repercussions, I think, along the whole chain of things. One we see a lot that wasn't specifically mentioned is when Andeburg is changed a lot. She's made a lot more lively, not sickly at all. She interferes, she helps Darcy to win Elizabeth. So we certainly get some of that happening. Just a couple more here. This one I think will be kind of controversial with a lot of people. Darcy has or had a mistress, leaving Elizabeth having to deal with there being, quote, 3 people in their marriage. Later resolutions, which I assume means more time passes between when they are separated in Lambton or earlier until they get married. And finally, another one that might cause some stronger reactions. Elizabeth has gone through some sort of hardship, such as assault or the loss of her family, and Darcy helps her deal with her grief, and kidnapping might be part of that, but somebody else could be kidnapped as well. So there we go. TC wrote, no, I don't like Darcy to have a mistress, even before he met Elizabeth. Gina, no mistress. What has been written about Darcy not being the heir or not being rich? I've read a couple and been wondering what kind of man he would be. I have in mind a story where he's not rich. It's sort of a mashup of Georgette Heyer and Pride and Prejudice. And I know there's one that was unfinished on DWG a while ago. I can't remember what it was called though, a long time ago.
Which one are you thinking? Can you remember which one that was?
And so I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Do you remember the name of the one you think was a mashup? There was one that came out, or that was just recently published in the last year, where Darcy's the second son and he's a naval captain, like an old classic JAFF, and I can't for the life of me think of the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure one of you knows.
Is that Fair Stands the Wind?
Fair Stands the Wind, Second Son. Melanie Richard has mentioned a couple. Fair Stands the Wind and Second Son. I remember Second Son, and I remember both of them. Yeah.
And of course, Lucy, you have yours coming out where he's raised as a Lucas.
Yes, that's right. A little bit of a twist on the Elizabeth is not a Bennet. Well, Darcy doesn't know he's a Darcy, so that.
So this might be
that was really, people don't like that too much, but I'm only sort of here to please.
Forum a long time ago. I don't remember when you first posted it, but I so wanted her to like yell at him and say, that a William Lucas is worth 100 Fitzwilliam Darcys, and I was just yell it, just say it. But it never happened. I wanted her to get really mad.
Yeah.
But yeah, when is that one coming out?
next April.
Oh, that's exciting. I didn't know that. See, look, guys, we're getting advanced info here.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's not as, obviously it's not a secret. So I wasn't even the one to spill it. So yeah. Jack wrote that he hates perfect Lizzie, stupid Darcy. Yeah.
Yeah. Too
Kind of
black and white.
one-dimensional. Yeah.
Stupid characters, actually. I hate really two-dimensional characters. I understand when it's a secondary character who is a foil for the main character. Okay.
Yeah.
But don't make a main character so flat, like where they have no struggles and no difficulties and they never second guess themselves and they're so perfectly perfect all the time. I hate that. So.
Robin wrote perfect Darcy, shrew Elizabeth. Yeah, that's yeah. It's not much fun to read or write, you know. Does it make a difference if any of these tropes are in Regency or modern stories? Well, yeah, some of them wouldn't really translate very well to modern times. Forced marriage, and there's certainly still marriage for economic reasons, but not the more traditional one. They've been locked together due to injury, bad weather. Oh, another cat. Mine's gone away. I think she's decided it's a little bit too hot here. The computer. Forced proximity rather than formed marriage. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Melanie. Certainly Darcy helping Elizabeth through some sort of trauma or vice versa. Green card, that's a good example too. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's a good, I think we like this forced scenario because it's kind of the equivalent of locking two people in a closet and making them work it out, but for like a year. So they really have to sort this out because you are not getting out of this mess. So there's something, especially with stubborn characters like Darcy and Elizabeth, there's something really appealing about that. I mean, Jane and Bingley, why on earth would you ever need to lock them in a closet or make them get married? I mean, give them 5 minutes and they're going to be braiding each other's hair. So there's why are we doing that?
How happy they'll be for the rest of their lives because they're both so sweet. Yeah. If any couple are not perfect yet. Mean Georgiana, there have been a lot of really great ideas in the chat. So thank you everyone so much. But we've got Mean Georgiana. Yeah, I did that. But for good reason. And she does turn herself around. It just takes her a while. And she's really spoiled. So, you know.
Yeah, actually, if I can throw in my own opinion, I don't think your Georgiana is so much evil. She's spoiled.
Oh, terribly spoiled. Yeah, and then traumatized too, I think, from what happened. She was really humiliated by realizing that she was completely fooled by Wickham and thinking of herself as being mature and ready to get married. And it was all a plot to use her to get back at her brother and to steal her money. And she was 15. And I know Regency, 15 was considered really on the cusp of adulthood, whereas we wouldn't think of it that way now. And she would have been coming out into society in a year or two, meaning she was ready to get married, but it's still very young.
But still, I think about a year or two before I got married, and I got married at 22. So push me back to 21, 20. I was still not ready to be married. So, I mean, and now everything we know about, the way the mind develops, and I can't even imagine. And Amy, you have one with a really bad Georgiana as well. Am I not allowed to talk about that? Is that a secret?
Oh no, you know what? You know what? I've changed it. That's actually that's my one that's coming out soon. And actually I have changed that a little bit for a lot of the reasons that we're talking about here, is that Georgiana was just so young and, just thinking more about the reality. I don't know if anyone else has thought during this whole COVID shutdown, how much Regency England must have been you really start to realize how a talk with your neighbor is huge because it's a day event, and it really you think yes, 15, 16, so young, but also like you've been off on a farm somewhere, like maybe having seen like 6 people, and like Georgiana, you know, she went to school with just other girls. And I'm thinking, what has the life experience of this girl been like, really? Like, I mean, you know, and then she meets George Wickham and she thinks she's in love. Like that had to be really devastating. Like when you really put yourself in the mindset of a teenage girl and just try to really look at that, it's stunning. It's really like almost stunning when you think about it. So yes, I know exactly. Yeah, a willful misunderstanding. And if anyone, I mean, if anyone wants to stick around and hear me read, I'm not a great reader, but I'm going to try to read you. So maybe I'll read a little to you. But yeah, Georgiana's not the baddie in that anymore. So
would have been really, really sheltered too, right? So not only zero life experience, which I guess is the same sort of thing, but really sheltered from.
Really sheltered.
And then there was Mrs. Young and her role in it. So yeah, I can see it easily. Yeah.
It's the person you trust, because a companion wasn't just like a babysitter who was randomly there to make sure that servants got paid on time and you never ran out of candles. I mean, she was there to guide Georgiana through social situations. So her role was essentially a mentor. And of course she listened to her, especially, I mean, this is a poor motherless child. She doesn't have any female guidance in her life. We don't know about Colonel Fitzwilliam's parents, whether or not his mother is living or involved with Georgiana. The only aunt that we know, like older female relation that she has, is Lady Catherine. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Don't feel sorry for her just based on that. So of course she has no idea. Of course she's a prime target and super gullible and going to make a million really horrible mistakes and stupid decisions. It's really shocking that she ever makes a good decision.
Yeah. And to be honest, I don't know about anyone else. I mean, you know, again, just questioning decisions here, but I've always wondered why, because I've gotten the, you know, it says in canon that Georgiana made her home mostly in London. Wouldn't Mrs. Reynolds have been a much better influence? I don't know. I mean, I'm Darcy. I probably would have let Mrs. Reynolds had more to do with her.
That's another trope, though, that isn't it? Right? You've got the wise Mrs. Reynolds who really does, has been like a mother to them. I don't know how much that would have been realistic. Certainly, you've got people who are very close to their maids or their manservant because they would have seen them more than seen their parents.
Although she speaks so fondly of how he was when he was 4, I sort of assume, you know, I think there's more of a strength for it that she was kind of involved, you know, because she, you know, but you're right. It never says it outright. It never says that outright.
And she could have been, but, you know, I could see some people thinking that it wasn't really something that would have happened.
Right.
In the real Regency era, because of the class structure. I've got cat hair in my all over me now. Thank you.
Well, I also think there's a good point that we're at the top of the hour. So it's really Amy's turn to thrill us with her reading of her latest work.
Oh, gosh.
It's time to do that. And I'll be turning off my camera. I'll be passing stuff from you from the YouTube line. So you'll hear my voice in the background, but won't necessarily see my gorgeous puss for a while.
Thank you, everyone. It was a wonderful conversation about tropes.
Yes, thank you, everybody. And if I haven't scared you off too much, stick around. I'm gonna read to you. I actually have a choice for you because I've got 2 books coming out this summer. So we can read a little bit of 2 or a lot of 1. Any choices?
Well, how long is each reading?
Not long. Not very long.
Then read both. That way we can have a lot of
I'll give
discussions
everyone
about both books.
I'll give a little bit of both. Okay, so
You got a half hour.
I've got a half hour. Well, you'll probably get sick of hearing me read before that. So let me grab a swig of water. Okay, so this week, actually, I am going to read to you for that one first. I have a book, a novella, very short novella, coming out this week that is called A Fine Joke. And A Fine Joke was basically written, I won't say how many years ago because I wrote it for my friend's 60th birthday. So she'd probably prefer I didn't say exactly how many years ago that was. And kind of definitely written in the seat of my pants style, and just kind of bopped it along and saw what happened. So that is, it's been cleaned up and made more rational for publication. And that's going to happen this week. All right, so what I am actually going to read to you, basically the story starts like this. Darcy is given a death sentence. And again, it's a joke. This is dark humor. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill him. But he is given a death sentence by a doctor and told to get his affairs in order, basically. And so the one affair, this is post Hunsford, and he decides, he's like, I got to go back to Elizabeth and I got to tell her she's got to marry me because I need to hurry up and create an heir before I keel over. So that's where we're at right now in the story. We are with Darcy. He's going on his way to try to win Elizabeth over by virtue of the fact that he's going to die. Okay, so this is chapter 3. And again, I'm not great at this, so I'll probably stumble over stuff and, maybe cough a little. So my apologies. So this is chapter 3, the offer. For the duration of the journey from London to Hertfordshire, Darcy put aside his cares and worries for his non-existent future and thought solely of Elizabeth. Time is of the essence. I need her to marry me as soon as possible, ideally by license, but if she wishes the banns called, the first of them should be called on Sunday. It seemed nearly impossible, but he knew it had to be. Every day that passed was one less day he had to conceive his heir. Of course, it was also one less day he had to enjoy the pleasures of marriage with the only woman he had ever known who made him wish to marry. He did not intend to lose many such days. He departed London at first light, arriving in Meryton just after the noon hour was struck. He had wished to call at Longbourn immediately, but alas, found himself in need of a rest just as soon as his carriage pulled up at Netherfield. He refreshed himself, intending to do all he could to overcome, but he found he was simply unable to do so. The sweet arms of Morpheus beckoned and refused to be denied. It was just beyond 3 in the afternoon, he noted, as he set out for Longbourn after his rest. Not so very late. However, late as he was in arriving at Longbourn, he was soon surprised to learn he was, in truth, too early. Elizabeth, it would seem, had not yet returned from London. She remained with her aunt and uncle after her time in Kent, Mr. Bennet explained, seeming a bit curious about Darcy's inquiry. A few days in London, but we expect her later today, around 4. Ah, said Darcy absently. Yes, I had not considered that she would stay in London. I am surprised, Mr. Darcy, that you have given any consideration whatsoever to my daughter's whereabouts. Darcy returned full attention to the very sly and discerning Mr. Bennet, mortified to feel a blush spread across his face. A moment of contemplation decided him. What was the advantage in false denials and demurrals, when with good fortune, he would be applying to this gentleman for his daughter's hand in just the coming days? I wish to speak to your daughter, Mr. Bennet, on a matter of great import. Perhaps you will grant me leave to call tomorrow? Mr. Bennet eyed him, unspeaking and unsmiling. A private conference? Yes. More silent study of Darcy's countenance and person ensued. At last, speaking as if each word was being painfully extracted from him, Mr. Bennet said, "We will host a small neighborhood dinner tomorrow to welcome the girls home and permit them to see their friends. You are welcome to join us. I will inform my wife." Darcy beamed broadly. "I thank you for the kind invitation. I'm happy to accept. Come early," said Mr. Bennet. "I will see that you have some time alone with Lizzie before the others arrive." The next day dawned fair and warm, and Darcy found himself with a long day in which to amuse himself. He decided he would walk towards Meryton, ostensibly to pass the time, but in truth hoping he might see Elizabeth. Fields did not like the idea, nearly begging to call the carriage, but Darcy would not hear it. "You may come behind me in the carriage if you would like," he said. I, however, shall walk. I am not yet so frail that walking into Meryton shall fatigue me. It was pleasant to be out, and Darcy filled his lungs with the fresh air, letting sunshine bathe his skin. Despite his bold assurances to Fields, by the time he reached Meryton, he was indeed tired, and he appreciated the idea that his man and his carriage would not be long behind him. There was a little bookshop in Meryton, and he entered it, thinking he would wait within until he saw his conveyance. As he entered, he nearly collided with none other than George Wickham. Both men drew back, the suddenness and nature of their meeting making them both immediately wary. Mr. Wickham was first in the attempt to exit the awkward encounter. He stepped to the sides, touching the brim of his hat, and said, "Pray excuse me." Darcy had recovered by then, and though he was loath to owe anything to this man, he wished to settle his accounts, even this one. It should not be said that Fitzwilliam Darcy would meet his maker with the stain of implacable resentment upon him, particularly one towards who had, by all reports, saved him. "A minute, George." Mr. Wickham turned cold, albeit surprised eyes upon him. "George, that is still your name, is it not? Very well, Fitz, what do you want?" It was then that Darcy spied his carriage, and desirous of privacy, he gestured towards it. A word, nothing more. Wickham nodded, looking curious, and the two men went towards the carriage. No matter what his intentions were, nor how noble his cause, Darcy could not like being in company with such a man as Wickham, and he resolved to say what needed said with due haste. The pair settled themselves in the plush carriage, George looking around him with some jealousy, but saying nothing. Fields was in the carriage, having come bearing Darcy's tinctures and remedies. He held out a bottle to his master straight away, wordlessly asking if he required dosing. Darcy waved him off, asking him to leave them alone. Fields capped his bottle and left, but not without Wickham looking with interest at the bottle. "There has been a great deal come between us," Darcy began. "Such as the fact that you have become an insufferable arse," said Wickham. Darcy ignored the insult, as well as the opportunity to point out that Wickham had become dissipated and unscrupulous. "I have recently learnt of something that has changed the way that I feel about our long-standing breach. To wit, I am ill and I am dying." Wickham said nothing, but his face altered just a bit. To what expression could not be discerned, but he was no longer quite so aggrieved. "The night that you came to my aid in Bromley." "Bromley?" Wickham wrinkled his brow. "When was this?" Darcy rolled his eyes. "I suppose that I can presume, for however drunk I was, you must have been equally so. In any case, when my cousin came and retrieved me from that inn, he—" For a moment, Darcy faltered. In truth, he did not know how it all came about. Someone sent an express, and Fitzwilliam got him. When exactly? From the inn, and then what? Called the doctor? Had he seen a physician at Bromley? It occurred to him that a great deal of that night was unaccounted to him. So abstracted, he scarcely noticed that Wickham continued to speak. "I have no idea what you're speaking of." "What I wish to say," Darcy recalled himself to his purpose, "you did me a good turn, and I am appreciative of it. I know not what might have become of me in Bromley had you not cared for me, but that night has proven rather fateful for me." Wickham leant back, looking bemused. "Fateful? It was my actions in Bromley that soon led to the understanding that I have an incurable illness and will soon die." Wickham looked down with a little frown on his face. "You Darcys might have enviable fortunes, but you lack in years to spend it." "Perhaps so," Darcy acknowledged. "In any case, I want you to know," the words stuck in his throat a bit. Could he say this? "I regret the part that I have played in our estrangement, and I offer to you my forgiveness of your misdeeds as well." Wickham said nothing, studying his old friend, his eyes flicking over him in a casual way. "That is all. You may depart if you so wish, or if there is more you would like to say, please do so. I know that neither of us is comfortable." "Very well," Wickham said slowly. "I will offer what I can and say that I am sorry for my attempt on your sister. It is money, Darcy, nothing more." Pray do for me this much, said Darcy earnestly. When I am gone, when I am no longer able to protect her, leave her alone. Do not make any attempt to contact her, not even for condolence. Will you do that for me? I suppose, said Wickham with a careless shrug. Consider it a promise to me on my deathbed, if you will. Leave her alone. Wickham yawned, holding up both hands. Very well, deathbed vow, and all that implies. By the way, what's wrong with you? A disease of the brain, Darcy replied, satisfied to have gotten as much as he had. So noted by the loss of symmetry in my face. Wickham was not impressed. You look to me as you always have, although I see you're rather gray-colored. Get a bit of sun on your face. That will do for that. How kind of you to notice, said Darcy dryly. I will take your advice into consideration. Wickham shrugged, pausing to look at him a moment more before excusing himself. I must be off now. A military life is not one given to time for individual pursuits. Darcy nodded, and with that, Wickham was gone. As the carriage began the journey back to Netherfield, Darcy reflected that the truly odd part of the meeting was that Wickham had not requested any money. He shook his head with disgust. How drunk had Wickham been that he did not even recall being in Bromley? Darcy arrived at Longbourn at the hour appointed, such anxiety and nervousness plaguing him throughout his journey that he could scarcely remain still atop his horse. He was shown in by Mrs. Hill, who looked at him curiously, but said only that which was appropriate. Elizabeth awaited him, which made him still more anxious. Evidently, her father had informed him of the need for the interview. She said nothing, silent and grave, while Mrs. Hill saw to his comfort. Then they both went into the sitting room. This is a surprise, Mr. Darcy, she said at last. I know it is, and please know that I am exceedingly grateful to you and your father for arranging this time for us to speak. She looked like she might say more, but he interrupted her. Would you sit, please? Looking wary, she did as he asked, perching on the edge of a light-colored settee. He remained standing, his hands clasped behind his back. I wish first to say how terribly sorry I am for all that I have done which has caused you in any measure grief or embarrassment or vexation. From the first moment of our acquaintance, I have not treated you as I should, and my regrets in this are many. She said nothing to that. I also regret heartily the offensive nature of my proposal. I should not have spoken of your family as I did, nor should I have done anything that hurt you, even my letter. Did you perchance read it? I did. Thank you. I wrote it with the intent of explaining myself, wishing you to think better of me, but I do realize now it was written in a dreadful bitterness of spirit. So this too, I beg forgiveness for. She gave a slight nod and a half smile, of course. I have also spoken to Bingley, he added, regarding the fact that I was sorely mistaken in my opinions of your sister's affections. He knows the truth now. Yet he did not return to Netherfield with you. I believe he shall join me before long, Darcy said. A beloved aunt in Scarborough has passed, and he is required to go settle her affairs for her. I see. After a brief pause, she added, still speaking with a bit of reserve, I would like to offer my apologies as well for so judging you about the situation with Mr. Wickham. Think nothing of that, he replied immediately. No. She shook her head, looking down. I am ashamed of my behavior. I should not have heard his lies, nor should I have believed him so readily. And above all, I should not have contributed to the spread of them. I am sorry. Very well, he said with a faint smile. As you have so generously forgiven me, so too are you wholeheartedly forgiven. I must own, however, that even before you spoke, I harbored no ill against you. It was that which I adore in you that most caused you to believe Wickham's tales, your compassionate heart. She looked up quickly, turning pink from his compliment. Thank you. She dropped her eyes again, not seeing when he moved quickly into the seat beside her. She rose immediately on feeling his weight settle next to her. It seems we have settled it between us, so let us return to the party and, not just yet, if you please, there is something else. His heart began to pound furiously. I need to ask something of you, a favor of sorts, rather a large one. Very well. Hesitantly, she lowered herself back into the seat she had so recently vacated. What is it? The words were at once lodged firmly in his throat. The enormity of what he was about to request came upon him. It might have been easier had she shown any sign of interest in him, but she did not. She was indifferent. An improvement, perhaps, from having formerly despised him, but minimal at best. Candor, in the fullest sense, was required, he decided. She might pity him, it was true, but there was no point in maintaining pride at such a time. I've had a bit of bad news recently, he said. Exceedingly bad, in fact. I have learned that I am afflicted with a very grave illness. I expect that this summer shall be my last. She startled, her posture growing stiff as she quickly turned her head to look at him directly. She was, he thought, rather satisfyingly distressed looking. But how? You seem quite, no, surely not. It cannot be true. I am afraid it is very true, he told her. I've heard it myself from an expert. If you will notice, my face is not, I am losing symmetry. Not so alarming in and of itself, but it is indicative of a greater problem within my brain, a problem that will cause my demise in just a few months. She stared at him for a moment, agape. He was shocked when she raised her hands, looking almost dreamlike as she laid her fingers on his cheeks, tracing lightly over the contours of his face. You seem perfectly symmetrical to me, sir. No, he said ruefully. If you look closely, you will see that my ears are not quite the same size. My dimples no longer align, and one brow is lengthened in comparison to the other. She did indeed look closely, but her judgment was evidently not the same as his. She gave him a brief, puzzled look, then said, her voice trembling a little, your physicians must surely know better than I, but allow me to say how very sorry I am to hear it. I will admit to you it is a struggle to accept it myself, but I must. I will die, and soon, and all I can do for it is settle my affairs and see that there is nothing left to answer for when I am gone. He gave her another smile, and it seemed to undo her. Excuse me. She rose hastily, going to the window and looking out, her back to him. He watched as she drew deep breaths and eventually began rustling about in her skirts, seeking something. A handkerchief? He rose and went to her, offering his own. Though he stood behind her, he could see her face reflected in the glass and see the shine of tears on her cheeks. Elizabeth, pray, do not weep for me. Do not weep for you. She half laughed and half sobbed. She took the handkerchief and pressed it to her eyes and turned, finding herself very nearly within his arms. I am so very, very sorry. It is not fair at all. He was moved by her sincerity, and so moved, reached for her almost unthinkingly, pressing her to his chest. Who could not wish to touch someone so dear to them at such a time? He did not wrap his arms around her, permitting himself just one arm pressed lightly against her back. Thank you. She allowed his embrace for a moment. He felt her shuddering breath as she gained control over herself before pulling back slightly and looking up into his face. I begin to think you really are good, she said. My prejudice blinded me to the truth of you before, but how admirable that such a time you do not succumb to pity, but rather move forward, mindful to those who depend on you to the end. I would be lying if I did not tell you that pity and despair do haunt me at times, he admitted. Sorrow, some anger, I cannot deny it. Those things do me no good, however, and I would like to live out my last days with some pleasure, if I may. That is where I need you. Me? Let us sit again, he said. This time they sat together with no reservation. Her eyes bore a bit of dampness around them, although she maintained a determined air of equanimity. I must apply to you for something of great importance to me, he said. It is no small matter, though, and were it not for my affection for you, I could never dare broach the subject. Anything at all. No, you must not say that, he said with a little laugh. What I will ask for is something that will forever alter the course of your existence. It cannot be given lightly. Forever alter the course of my existence? Elizabeth gave him a rather charming look, somewhat teasing. Such sweet words, Mr. Darcy, and with a hint of mystery. You must know that such sentiments can only entice me. He felt his heart leap a bit and hoped it was only due to her and not his illness. Well, I must do as I can to raise my prospects. Her teasing look became quizzical as he continued. I spoke the truth when I told you at Hunsford that I loved you. I have loved you for several months now, though the precise moment cannot be known, for it took me some time to recognize it for what it was. However, it has been some time that I knew you were the only woman I could ever truly love, the only one who I could imagine marrying, and the only one with whom I would wish to raise a family. He cleared his throat. I need a wife, Elizabeth. I would like to see that the future of my name and my state is secured before I depart this mortal coil. But I could not entrust those things to anyone but someone I held in the highest regard. Her eyes raised now, astonished and a bit alarmed, and her mouth dropped, forming a perfect O. You, he said, I wish only for you to aid me in these my last days. It was hopeful, he thought, that she did not immediately deny him. Think of this, he said, his voice growing stronger. A few months of marriage to me, and you will have security your whole life long. I will leave you well cared for, whether or not we have a child. He reached into his pocket, withdrawing a paper that he handed to her. It was folded. After a questioning look in his direction, she unfolded it, looking at it carefully. Pemberley and all its holdings were laid before her. To her credit, she did not gasp or in any manner give way to her shock. But then again, he supposed he had already shocked her so deeply that to shock her further might be impossible. This will be your part of it, he told her, pointing at the page. No matter what, this sum is yours, wholly yours, whether or not you bear my child, whether or not you produce an heir, whether you... Brief momentary distaste arose in his throat and seized his breath. Marry again. I mean, of course you shall marry again. I hope you marry. I want nothing but happiness for you. I hardly, she stammered. This is very generous, Mr. Darcy. No, it is not really, he told her. If you think about it carefully, I believe you will know that I am asking a great deal of you. I need someone who can carry on, someone who is witty and clever, someone who I can depend upon to maintain my holdings and raise my child if fortune should so smile upon us. She took a deep breath, refolding the paper that he had given her and handing it back to him. With a quick gesture, he indicated that she should keep it. Moreover, I would like it if we could, anxiety rendered him stupid. He had no idea how to ask for what he wanted most. She smiled with such kindness that he allowed himself to hope. I know, he said with renewed determination, that you do not love me. But if possible, I would like to feel cared for. I do not ask that you pretend to some great love for me, but friendship and caring, I would like that. Of course, she said immediately, of course I could never agree to such a thing, intending to treat you with animosity or spite. Thank you, he said with an embarrassed smile. Of course, there is also the matter of, she waited patiently. Perhaps this point is obvious, but for a child, an heir for Pemberley, that is truly what has driven me to overcome my natural disinclination towards, who knows whether Georgiana will marry or what will come. He stopped, realizing he was babbling like a madman. Gathering as much composure as he could, he said, I would not wish you to enter into this unless you understood that it was not merely marriage I wanted. That is to say, we would have to, she dropped her eyes, blushing deeply. I understand. All had been said, and now he wanted only for her answer. He regarded her quietly as she considered his offer. So you wish to marry me and carry on just as we would in any marriage of true affection in hopes of conceiving a child. Yes, he said. And then he teased her. It's not so very much to ask, is it? She smiled absently. I need to think about this, she said at last. May I have until Friday? I wish to consider it all carefully. Of course, he told her, such a decision cannot be made lightly. You will likely wish to marry immediately. If you would not object to it, I could get a license. Very well then, I understand the offer you have made to me. He rose then, extending his hand to assist her to her feet. She took it, rising and standing before him. She did not move right away. I am not insensible to the compliment of your affection, she said. I recognize that you have honored me in asking me, as you have, to do this for you. However, may I ask just one thing? Of course. What about your cousin? She had not removed her hand from his, allowing it to rest in his palm. He likely believed he should not, and yet he did begin to caress her knuckles with his thumb. I had often heard you were promised to her, and the advantages of such a union are considerable. It seems that this would have been the easiest solution to your dilemma. It is the clear answer, is it not? He said. and I was very surprised that my uncle and Colonel Fitzwilliam seemed to think it a foregone conclusion. But as you have noted, I am selfish, and though I have tried to attend to those things that you have charged me with, I am nonetheless determined that my last days shall include as much joy and pleasure as I can. He waited until she looked at him and added, only you, Elizabeth, can bring me the happiness I have so longed for. Okay, so that's a fine joke, everyone. And it's a funny story. It's novella length. I think it's about 35,000 words, and yeah, it's on pre-order. So anyway, I promise it's funny. It's not a sad story. That what I just read to you was sad, I know, but it's really not. It's called a fine joke for a reason. So,
I have three words to say about this.
Yes.
Buy this book.
Thank you, Jack. And sadly, I have just realized, dang, I have quite used up my time and don't want to go into anyone else's time. So a willful misunderstanding, though, you know, I'll be putting out excerpts. I'll be posting some on the blog. So if you're following our JAV blog, you'll get to read some willful misunderstanding very soon. I promise. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to read it to you. I had a very poor sense of how long it would take to read these things.
Okay, we need to switch hosts now. Abigail, who's going to be running host? It's going to be Nicole or you?
No, I think it's Nicole who runs the
Do I
next.
do that?
hosting.
Okay.
So if you'll-
Okay, so I make Nicole the host now. Thank you,
Right.
everyone who listened.
Thank you.
Did Amy? That was lovely.
Let's
And
see.
thank you, Amy.
Okay. Now I switch it to speaker view.
Yes.
Yes,
Perfect.
thank you.
So am I the host now?
Yep.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I have been loving this so far. It's been so much fun to listen to everybody. So I am on for reading, and I have two books actually coming on. I finally confessed to the other one yesterday. So I was planning to read Tempted. If I have time, I might read a little kind of a fun romantic snippet from Unintended. We'll see how it goes. But a little background on Tempted. Elizabeth, she's from America. This is the year 1900. She leaves under some pretty dire circumstances. Richard Fitzwilliam steps in to help her out by basically saving her reputation, marrying her, that sort of thing. I did give a little spoiler away, but probably not that big a one in light of our conversation about tropes. So anyway, here she's been. At this point, we're going to read chapter 17. She's been in England for a little while. She and Darcy have actually kind of become friends. He's trusting her and respecting her, but the rest of the family is still kind of keeping her at a distance, except for our little sovereign character here. We have Sheila. I don't even know how you pronounce her name. This is terrible. Maxan. She is our cameo. She plays the Countess of Matlock. Anyway, oh, come on. Just a second, Jenna. Anyway, so just a little background. This is the first time she meets the Matlocks. So she's finally come to the estate. She's really nervous. Richard's mom has been really standoffish. So here we go. Reginald Fitzwilliam, 9th Earl of Matlock. By the way, this is Richard's brother, not his father, because his father has died. Barely resembled his younger brother. Slightly balding, several inches shorter, and with a far thicker girth, Elizabeth could have believed she was meeting Richard's father instead of a brother who was only 5 years older. He bowed cordially, not nearly so stiffly as Mr. Darcy once had, but neither did he possess about his bearing or expression the hint that his manner would alter significantly upon further acquaintance. "Welcome to Matlock, Mrs. Fitzwilliam," he greeted her. "And Miss Bennet, a pleasure indeed." "There," the Countess dismissed her husband with a flippant wave of her hand. Sorry, I am not a professional narrator here. "Now we have got the formalities out of the way, come warm up your toes. You must be chilled to the bone after that carriage ride." "Oh, not at all, Lady Matlock," Elizabeth protested. "Mr. Darcy had plenty of hot bricks in the coach." The truth was that most of those had been claimed by Georgiana when they first set out, but Mr. Darcy had made some odd remark about artificial dignity, and the bricks had been redistributed. Elizabeth and Jane followed the Countess in awe as she swept them into the bowels of the great house.
For a fleeting instant, Elizabeth wondered why Billy had not been bouncing on the front steps to welcome them. But they soon found that this had been the Countess's design, for he was waiting for them in the drawing room. Miss de Bourgh was there too, seated on a gilded stool with a great ostrich fan in her hand and cocking a saucy eye at the new entrance to the room. Once Elizabeth had rounded the corner, she finally saw what the whole affair was about. For a photographer was just unpacking his equipment. "A little surprise for you all," the Countess crowed in pleasure. "Darcy, I knew you would not have thought to have it done, and like as not would have found some excuse to avoid it all if I had warned you about it. However, you and Anne absolutely must take an engagement photograph before you sail for South Africa. I will expect a note of gratitude for seeing to the arrangements, of course." Elizabeth looked back at Mr. Darcy, but no hint of surprise or humor, in fact, no expression of any kind flashed across his features. He merely nodded and adjusted his cufflinks. Georgiana left his side to seat herself in another corner, trying to vanish from the general assemblage. "Lizzie, Jane," Billy whispered loudly. "I'm sorry." Waving him over to sit beside him on the sofa. "Sorry about that. You will never guess. Why, to be sure, I am all astonishment myself." Jane narrowed her eyes. "Billy, have you developed an accent?" His face clouded. "Accent? Of course not. How silly. I've always talked like this." "Jane's right," Elizabeth agreed. "You sound different." Billy's cheeks reddened and he glanced around. "Don't embarrass me, Lizzie," he pleaded. "I don't want to sound like a hayseed around." "Anne, dear," the Countess was calling, "are you quite ready? Darcy, you must sit here and look. Here's a walking stick for you to hold and a monocle to wear during the photograph." "I do not use a monocle," Mr. Darcy protested. "What does that matter? Makes you look more sophisticated," the Countess decided. "Now take Anne's hand and turn just, no, you may not simply hold the monocle, Darcy. You must place it on your eye." "I will do no such thing," was his obstinate reply. "How can you be so tiresome?" Well, discard it if you must, but I insist on the walking stick." Elizabeth covered her mouth with her hand and snickered, a little too loudly, for Mr. Darcy himself looked up and caught her gaze. Feeling impish, she adopted a stuffy air and held her finger up under her nose, in reminiscence of that time she had mocked him for his mustache. He broke into a broad grin. "Oh, no, Darcy," the Countess admonished. "Have you no decency? Come now, you cannot smile for your engagement portrait. And lend me some support here." "You may as well surrender, Darcy," the Earl laughed from the far side of the room. "My dear, you ought to have him stand behind her. That is the way all the family portraits are done." "Very well," the lady conceded, "but you must place your hand on her shoulder, Darcy, and yes, you rest your hand upon his and look up." Elizabeth's eyelid was twitching, and she could not decide why. But somewhere in the middle of watching Mr. Darcy taking his place beside his betrothed, her own smile had grown cold. She dropped any attempt at a cheerful expression because Jane was already looking at her curiously, and she sensed her teeth baring in a grimace rather than congratulations. She looked down at her lap and adjusted her skirts. It was easier than watching the way Anne de Bourgh was gazing up into Mr. Darcy's eyes and he down into hers. Elizabeth kept her gaze fixed on her hands until the explosion of the photographer's flash declared it safe for her to do otherwise. "Now it is our turn," Billy said. "Wait, what did you say?" Elizabeth's head whirled about as her cousin bounced out of his seat and beckoned to her. "That was the rest of the surprise," Lady Matlock informed her. "The photographer was already coming, and I thought, how delightful for your family to have your portrait. Do you not agree?" Oh, Jane's eyes filled and she put her fingers to her lips. "I wish I had one of them. It is ever so kind of you, Lady Matlock." "I know it is, my dear," the Countess agreed warmly. "Come, you and Elizabeth must sit here, and we will have Mr. Collins just behind you where Darcy was. Collins, I know you will not object to the monocle." "If your ladyship recommends it," he submitted, but Elizabeth saw a flush of pride staining his face. The photographer solemnly raised his flash lamp and commanded, "Hold." A few moments later, dazed and blinded, she started to rise from the couch. Billy was profusely thanking the Countess, the photographer, Miss de Bourgh, and likely would have thanked the maids and the footman if Mr. Darcy had not stopped him. "Have you another plate?" he asked of the photographer. "Indeed, sir." "Very good. Mrs. Fitzwilliam, will you consent to one more photograph?" Elizabeth tried frantically to blink the white light from her eyes. "Another? Of course. I thought perhaps Richard would like to have it when we find him." The Earl and Countess praised this notion, and everyone else in the room seemed to approve as well. But Elizabeth's dazzled eyes had dimmed enough for her to make out Mr. Darcy's expression. Something was missing from his face and his tone, something wistful, something warm, something that had always been there before, And I'm coming to a scene break. Okay, I have 20 minutes left, so I think we have time for just the sweet parts here. I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. Darcy, Reginald interrupted his thoughts. Did you desire that drink in my study? He glanced at his cousin. Indeed, a moment, if you please. Elizabeth had looked his way at hearing him speak, so he took an opportunity to step close, as if telling her something important while the others were engaged in admiring the lavish chimney piece. She inclined her ear. You're looking very well today, Elizabeth, he murmured softly. She straightened and regarded him strangely. After a slight hesitation, she whispered back, why are you saying this? Because you look as though you do not believe it. I wish to make you more comfortable, to help you understand that you belong. Her lashes lowered. I doubt I shall ever belong, but it was kind of you to try. I thank you for the thought, but you needn't invent compliments merely to settle my nerves. I invented nothing. She looked earnestly back up to him, her eyes full of longing and question. He fought a smile. Everyone would notice what he was about if he followed his inclinations and began to laugh or speak with a volume that matched the strength of his sincerity. Instead, he leaned fractionally closer. I meant every word and then some. You look beautiful today, Elizabeth, as you always do. Matlock will be a finer house with you as its guest. The look that came over her face was some combination of abashed pleasure and petrified amazement as she stared back at him. A few flutters of her lashes, an almost fearful smile, were to be his only answer. Enjoy the rest of your tour, he said in a more regular tone. We will see you at tea. Reginald? Now, I'm actually going to skip forward just a little bit more. And hang on a second here. Okay. And here we have Darcy and Elizabeth at home. They're back at Pemberley. They were just there at Matlock for quite a short little visit, and I think this will probably use up our time. It was quite late when the party from Pemberley returned. Georgiana disappeared into her rooms, having spoken hardly more than a dozen words to anyone all day. Darcy watched her go in some chagrin. He would need to speak with her again before he departed for London, but he was beginning to fear his own interference might do more harm than good. Each time he had admonished her to improve her manner toward their guests, she withdrew even more. It was no good asking help of the Countess, but perhaps Anne might be a voice Georgiana would heed. Anne. He had nearly forgotten her several times that day. Whether she'd been in another room or seated beside him, so often he found his thoughts drifting in another direction, only to be brought crashing back to earth with the reminder of her presence. If Anne had been offensive, rude, or even withdrawn like Georgiana, he could almost excuse himself for his absent-mindedness, but she had not. Rather, she had been friendly with both Elizabeth and her sister, charming with the Dowager and the Countess, and even tolerant of that foolish Collins fellow. To himself, she had said little, but what did he expect her to say? Theirs was a relationship that required no polite chatter. They were no longer trying to acquaint themselves with each other, and they had the freedom of occasional privacy, should they require deeper conversation. Yet, despite so many opportunities that day, they had never gone off by themselves for any reason, certainly not to exchange clandestine caresses or improprieties, not even to discuss plans for their wedding or argue about how long he would be away. Miss Bennet curtsied very prettily to him in the hall after the footman had removed her wrap. Mr. Darcy, she said, I want to thank you for such a lovely day. It was most kind of you to arrange the outing for us. You are quite welcome, Miss Bennet, he replied. The lady turned, with a faint question in her eyes, for her sister, but she went quietly up the stair. Elizabeth remained, watching after her. I would have to echo the sentiment, she told him. Today was a relief. A relief? How so? He extended his hand as she spoke, inviting her to a sitting room for a few moments before she retired. She followed without hesitation. Only that I had fretted over it so long. I had wondered before why I was never invited to Matlock, despite the Countess's apparent welcome. I assumed I was a scandal or a disappointment. Elizabeth. He sat in the chair opposite hers and leaned forward. I hope you will never fear that again. Whoever else she is, and she is a great deal, the Dowager is also a grieving mother and a fairly recent widow. I know. She turned her chin to the side and stroked one satin glove over the other. I ought not to have spoken as I did. It was wrong of me. You won her over, though. She chuckled, shy pleasure evident in her cheeks. I still cannot believe she did not cast me out of the house. No, He laughed. I rather wondered if it would go as it did, for I remember my aunt in better days. She was always one to say or do something to cause whispers. It was she who managed the estate and the family coffers, you know. It was she who arranged that marriage between Reginald and Sheila, not her husband. And it was she who first made the suggestion that I could do something to protect Richard from being sent off to war. That was what sent him to Wyoming in the first place. Elizabeth's eyes darkened. I do not understand. What influence did you have? The horses, of course. I was one of the investors, and General Houghton, who oversees the horse buyers, is an old friend. I asked for Richard to be stationed. Elizabeth? She got hastily to her feet and began pacing the room. You? It was you who contracted with the local outfit? Well, not me personally, no. A representative hired the outfit, but we financed the affair, myself and others. But you were responsible. Responsible for what? He asked. Well, for all of it. For the Brysons' wealth, and my father's long, hard days shoeing remounts, and for Richard coming all that way just to drag innocent animals off to war. Elizabeth. He rose to meet her and caught her fretful hand, stilling her and forcing her to look at him. If I have done wrong, I am perfectly ignorant of how. It was a service to my country and no small service to my family. You could not hold me accountable for every unseen result of it. But the results were not unseen, were they? She retorted. You did not know what came of my town, the people there, as a consequence of your investment. I was told it was a boon for the local economy, that no town would have existed at all, and that the rail scarcely even stopped there before. Is that not true? Her ire seemed to wear out. She shook her head with a mild snort and let her hands fall from his, then slowly sank back into her seat. I suppose it is true, but it does not follow that everything your soldiers brought was good. What is that supposed to mean? Do you mean to say they conducted themselves ill? Not specifically, not most of them. It was others who were raised above what might be considered just. Her brow pinched and she shook her head. Please, I do not wish to discuss it. He sighed and gazed at the floor. They were silent some minutes, and each began to fidget until Darcy thought she looked as though she would go. This is not how I was hoping our last conversation would proceed, he said at last. Last conversation? But you do not leave for London for 2 more days. Yes, and during those days, I will be thoroughly occupied with other matters. Even if I do have a minute or two here and there, I do not expect the pleasure of private conversation. Matters may change for you as well, for now that you have been introduced to the Dowager and the Earl, you may be spending more time at Matlock or entertaining them here. She toyed with the fingers of her gloves, not meeting his eye. I would not be surprised, he continued, if they invite you to remove to Matlock while I'm away. Would you like that, sir? She murmured. Why would you ask that? She shook her head and her hand made a slight gesture of uncertainty. Well, he replied, to answer your question, yes, I would be pleased because the family's welcome and acceptance of you can only improve your prospects. If you think I would not be sorry to see you go. She raised her head and watched him. I would, he finished in a husky voice, but I would not stand in the way of your pleasure. She smiled, but it did not touch her eyes. You have been exceedingly kind, William. My sister and I, we appreciate it more than you can know. About her, I had a letter from my friend Bingley just the other day. He proposed coming north later this month on business and asked if he might call. I will be sorry to miss him, but I did reply that he was welcome to break his journey here, or to stay on for as long as he chose. But if it would be inadvisable, I could always call him off. She stroked one satin glove over the other, a warm blush staining her cheeks. I believe my sister would be pleased to meet him again. And what of you? She rolled her head upright once more, her gaze focused on his face. What about me? What are your expectations while I'm away? She swallowed and her eyes drifted up and to the left. I'm just waiting, hoping. There's nothing else I can do. Darcy froze and frowned and nodded slowly. Yes, I pray to have some word, something at least we can be sure of. This not knowing is enough to drive one mad. Her look had wandered. Far away and dreamlike were her eyes as her lips flickered into something like a smile of agreement. He watched her for a moment, the soft breath rising her bosom, the faintest reddish highlights in her hair catching the glow from the fire, the way her throat trembled. Heat spread across his core, a tenderness he ached to express. An image glanced unbidden through his thoughts, tracing her velvet cheek with his own, counting each sweet freckle with his lips, and testing the softness of her hair between his fingers. His heart gave a great seizure, and he clasped his hand over his eyes. Good God. It was not blasphemy, for he truly would need divine help to take captive each wayward thought where she was concerned. His sudden lurch had drawn her notice, and she stretched and blinked as if rousing from a reverie. I suppose I ought to go up to bed. She stood, and Darcy was on his feet just after her. Will you rest easily tonight? He asked. If you are asking whether I will experience another nightmare, she lifted her chin to look into his eyes. I hope not, but I cannot be sure. Well, what is some light amusement before you try to sleep? He heard himself offering. A book, perhaps, or what of a round of chess? We never did have that rematch. Oh no, both require more critical thinking than I am capable of, I'm afraid. If I were to seek something to lighten my frame of mind, it would be something simpler, something more physical. Physical? He quirked a brow, both thrilling to and quailing from the shiver that rocked his inner being. Such as? She looked conscious, then utterly guilty, and confessed, well, the rumors are true. Occasionally I slip into the billiards room when I cannot sleep. My, he said, playing by yourself? Whatever we to do with you, Elizabeth? Come, at least take on an opponent. Her teeth showed playfully. I caution you, sir, for you may not enjoy the match. Not enjoy it? He led her from the room, his hand unconsciously falling at her waist as he guided her to the door. How is that even possible? She turned her chin up to whisper mischievously into his ear. Because I cheat. Okay, so that is a bit of, and I have 10 more minutes. So what do you guys want? Do you want some more Tempted, or do you want?
Well, the comments so far are basically, where's the darn book? They want it now.
Any day now, like literally any day now. We're fine tuning the cover, and Janet Taylor is doing something absolutely stunning. I hesitate to say any more about it, but it's so gorgeous. She's going to say something pretty soon. So pretty much is basically sitting there about ready really soon. So
Is there any other questions out there in posting or jumping in?
I haven't actually been able to look at the comments here. So what's YouTube looking like?
Basically, it's just they're happy with both readings. They're enjoying them. And,
Okay.
Not many questions about what was presented. What made you write a book around the turn of the century rather than the usual Regency period?
Well, it was the timing. I knew that this actually happened, that I'm not even sure why I knew it, but for the Boer War, this really was a thing where soldiers would come from England and buy US horses. They went to Australia. They went to lots of different places just to get horses to take for their soldiers. And I had always toyed with the idea, well, what if? So that's kind of where that came from. So it was just a matter of timing for the Boer War. And it's really, it's a similar period to the Regency in a lot of ways, but obviously it's a lot more modern. So I tried to reflect that with the language. It's more contraction use, there's a little bit less formality, but you're still at, it's kind of the golden age, you know? Mm-hmm. Before World War I really changed the world's economy and the way social hierarchies worked. It's still kind of like the last gasp of all these wonderful things that we're so used to with Regency. So
there are also a lot of Americans who came over to Britain. Mainly they had money. Elizabeth doesn't, apparently. But,
she doesn't know, but Sheila does. Sheila married the Earl of Matlock, or the future Earl of Matlock, because she brought a lot of money. Right. Yeah. Well, I have a short little funny romantic chapter to read. I could do that real quick, or we could talk about Tempted some more. Yes, very similar to Downton Abbey, Robin. Yeah. They were called Buccaneers, these women, and there's actually a movie about, very interesting group of people, I think. So.
Well, you've got 8 minutes, so.
I have a chapter that takes about 8 minutes, so here we go. This is actually from Unintended, and this is the proposal scene. Dancing with Elizabeth Bennet was the most humbling experience of my life. No, I did not stumble, mistake the steps, or collide with her, but I did not equip myself well. For one thing, I hardly spoke. When I did manage to dislodge a string of words from her mouth, I fear I gave offense, for my first instinct, which was only just and fair, I must say, was to defend myself when she challenged my honor. Fool, was I so ignorant and forgetful in her presence that I did not recall the first rule of engagement? The lady is always right. Except when she decides that George Wickham is a saint. It was entirely unintentional, but I may have insulted her intelligence. How could I help it when she insisted on pressing me after I tried to end a conversation that could lead nowhere pleasant? I did not mean to say that she lacked all reason or that she was as bullheaded as she was beautiful. Yes, indeed, I said that verbatim. And that was how I ended up following her after our dance ended, and she stormed outside to the covered balcony, clearly intent on a bit of privacy. She whirled on me at once, trembling in wrath. How dare you, Mr. Darcy? What mean you by mocking me in public? And you have not even the decency to leave me alone. Mocking you? If anything, I have given you every reason to scorn me, I retorted. I cannot think what has come over me, save that you have rendered me nearly a speechless clown, incapable of a clear thought or word. She crossed her arms, and I wondered if she understood how tantalizingly her figure reformed itself when she stood thus. I cleared my throat and looked back at her face. Is this your means of an apology, sir? If so, it is a poor excuse for one. As I seldom need to apologize, I am not well practiced at the art. I sighed and tried to fix my eyes on the rain drizzling down off the overhanging roof. I meant every word I said about the failings of Wickham's character, about the folly of believing him, and about your, I cleared my throat again, your rather remarkable person. She arched a brow. Thin words for a man who once declared me merely tolerable. I wonder, sir, if you mean to flatter me into a good opinion of you. I set my hands on my hips and drew closer to her, my face lowered near hers. And I wonder if you mean to persist in this resentment over one careless phrase. She tipped up her chin, her eyes flashing. You are a fine one to speak of implacable resentment. You who would destroy another man's chances on a jealous whim. His chances were destroyed by none but himself. I expect he's not told you of his ruinous inclinations or his habits of deceit. Her throat worked and she arched her shoulders back to face me more defiantly. He said you ignored your father's wishes. What sort of man could do that? What sort of man indeed? Did he tell you the conditions he did not satisfy, or were you so smitten by his charm that you did not bother to discover what he left unsaid? Fire surged into her countenance. Smitten? I am no mindless. I am afraid I committed a deed then that was as unintentional as it was memorable. Her lips had been so close and her manner so forward, all it took was a slight inhale, a gasp really, and I was kissing her, and she did not push me away. Instead, she bit me. Not instantly, no. Like an enchantress in her lair, she drew me in, her fine long neck curving and her jaw lifting, the better to reach my mouth. I felt the soft flutter of her lashes against my cheek, the hesitant grazing of her fingers near my cravat, and my heart began to drift sweetly into this euphoric stupor. I even touched her shoulder and nearly drew her closer, just before the sharp injury to my lower lip recalled me to the present. We each lurched backward, both covering our mouths and panting. Those eyes that normally sparked with life and gaiety were now ablaze with something else entirely, and I was not persuaded that it was the righteous fury she tried to affect. Mr. Darcy, what is the meaning of this presumption? She cried. She tried to take a step back, but her heel caught in her gown and she faltered. I instinctively reached out to steady her, but after a slight hesitation, she waved my hand away. I was woefully lacking in proper air, stars dancing in my vision, but I tried to make an even reply. Forgive me, Miss Elizabeth. The offense was unintended. Yet you carried it off with determination once you had begun. I nodded and swallowed. I am afraid so. Then, sir, I must ask you, are you also the sort of man you would accuse Mr. Wickham of being? Do you take advantage of ladies with no thought of honor? Indeed not. I would be happy to trade my honor for your wounded dignity, madam. Shall I speak to your father this very evening? Her eyes narrowed. I am not so delicate or fearful as that. I would rather brush off your insult than consign myself to a lifetime of misery as your wife, if indeed your offer was even genuine, and of that I am doubtful. A lifetime of misery, so this is what you think of me. I think a great deal more of you, but that summary will do for the present. Good evening, Mr. Darcy. She brushed past me toward the door, thrust on the handle, and gave a great yank, but it did not budge. Nonplussed, she heaved a sharp breath and tried it again. Nothing happened. She did not turn to me, but she did cast her face upward and release a long sigh. Mr. Darcy, the door appears to be wedged. I stepped up grimly and tried the door myself. It is not wedged, it is locked. One of the footmen must have happened by. Her eyes widened in alarm. What are we to do? We cannot very well pound on the door to summon help. I will not be trapped into a compromise with you, sir. I scowled at her, and even then would have tried kissing her pouty, rosy lips if she had softened in the least. Mercifully, I think we can both be spared that fate. I will climb down from the balcony, and once I'm back inside, I will send your sister unlock the door. But that is impossible. Even if you should survive the climb down without a mishap, it is raining. You will look a fright when you come in, and then you will attract everyone's notice by speaking to Jane. Have you any objection to me risking my neck on the balcony if I manage to avoid creating a scene inside? She frowned. Mr. Bingley might protest if you break his trellis. I'm glad to hear of your concern, I answered dryly. I stepped up to the ledge and looked down. It was not far to the ground, no more than a good leg-breaking distance anyway. My neck and crown would probably be safe. I removed my gloves and passed them to her, then lifted my foot to straddle the stone wall. Mr. Darcy, do be careful, she cried out, suddenly reaching forward as if to stop me. Fear not, Miss Elizabeth. I doubt anyone would hold you culpable should I fall to my death. Her lips thinned. Because you think perhaps you think meanly of me, but I do not wish you harm, sir. Yet that is the way of things when we are in company, is it not? The worst is frequently bound to happen. I leaned my weight against the ledge, a tendril of mischief tugging at my soul that I was helpless to deny. And if things had gone differently a moment ago, Miss Elizabeth, I would beg your favors on behalf of my good fortune. Alas, they did not, so I am most likely doomed to a catastrophic fate. She set a hand on her hip, but something played at the corners of her mouth. You truly are an obstinate man, Mr. Darcy. Guilty as charged, Miss Elizabeth. Her eyes darkened and she felt a silent thought for nearly 3 seconds. Then, with abrupt decision, she swept forward and placed a firm kiss directly on my lips. Do not rip your breeches, she whispered. Okay, there we go. I think, did I hit the time? Oh, 1 minute to spare. Yay. So that's unintended.
You did
Jack,
great.
thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nicole. Those were delightful.
Thank you. I hope it was fun.
Yes, I mean, you've had a lot of nice compliments on both places, and I see
cool.
a couple of people suggesting that they'd love to see some more North and South from you.
Oh, I've thought about that. I don't know. I have to do that some more. I love John Thornton. Oh, man. When I'm thinking about John Thornton, it's hard to get back to Darcy.
I can imagine that it would be hard to change there. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Abigail.
It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, so how do I switch it off of my...
Okay, go over to the participants list.
Okay, hang on a second here. Oh, participants list, okay.
And then now hover over my name.
Yep.
And there'll be more.
I see that, okay.
You click on more. And
make host, there we go. Yes, I found it. Way to go, Abigail, thank you.
Very good, and you did it.
Thank you. I didn't even start coughing or anything.
You did
I
great.
was sure I would. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna hop over to YouTube.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you, Jack, for watching you.
Yes, Jack, thank you.
Conversation during this.
Glad to do it.
And next we have the news from Netherfield, A Tale of Two Sequels. We were talking earlier about tropes, and the last weekend we talked a little bit about how sometimes we end up writing the same snowbound book, Jack. Not always the same snowbound book, but in our group we had 2 of our members simultaneously writing sequels to Northanger Abbey, both of which were mysteries. And we're taking advantage of that lovely coincidence tonight with having Shannon Winslow and Diana Birchall speaking about their books. And I will turn this over now to Shannon.
Very good. Thank you, Abigail. And yeah, news from Northanger, A Tale of Two Sequels. And then we've got a bonus with Jack being with us today too, since he's got a Northanger book, Northanger Abbey book as well. So you get 3 for the price of 2 tonight. Anyway, yeah, this idea came from Diana months and months ago. We've gotten to be pretty good friends. And unlike a lot of my Jane Austen friends, I've actually met Diana. And so much so that I've been to her house and she's been to mine. So months ago, when we first discovered we were both working on Northanger Abbey sequels, Diana said, wouldn't it be great to do some kind of a program together about that? And so that's where it started. And then this event came along as the perfect venue to do so. So we're looking forward to talking back and forth to each other about our books and thoughts about Northanger Abbey, but also with you. So we'll get started here. Let's see, what was I going to begin with? I was just going to introduce my book. I wish I had a beautiful copy, but it's so new. It's only been out. It's only come out this week, and so it has this lovely not for resale line spoiling the cover. But hopefully you've seen the real thing on the internet, or will soon. I was pretty excited with how the cover came out. I'd call it a mildly spooky sequel to Jane Austen's parody of the Gothic novel. And here is the little book blurb. Newly married to her beloved Henry, Catherine's eyes are now open to the grown-up pleasures of wedded life. Yet she still hasn't quite given up her girlhood fascination with all things Gothic. When she first visited Northanger Abbey, she only imagined dreadful events had occurred there. This time the horror is all too real. There's been a murder and Henry has fallen under suspicion. Catherine is determined to clear her husband's name, but at the same time she's afraid for her own safety, since there's a very good chance the real murderer is still in the house. And of course, that's the case. The real murderer is still in the house. So lots of fun and romance. And actually, I don't know if you can have a murder mystery that's light, but if there is such a thing as a light murder mystery, that's what I'd call this. Now, Diana's book is a little different. When we talked about doing this program, we agreed to read each other's books. And so her book is delightful, but it's quite different. I always think it's interesting that, two authors can start out with the very same idea and end up with completely different books. Is that the way you see it, Diana?
Absolutely. It's really remarkable. Our books are little like pendants, little jewels to each other. They are so complementary. Yours is a classic and accomplished and page turning, mystery, and a murder mystery, just really classic. And mine is more Gothic and weird and all sorts of strange things happening, but I mostly focus on the very down to earth relationship between the young couple. But you do that too. And that's what's, even though it's this, the outline of the story, it may not sound so different. And we inhabit the same world, the same Northanger Abbey world, the same Jane Austen world. And we're both pretty good at conveying it, for Austen-esque writers. And yet they're so very different. The person who reads one, I think, will be left wanting more. And guess what? They can have more because they go to the other one.
Good plan. Good plan.
Yeah.
Would you like to
introduce it now?
Yeah, go ahead and read the blurb.
Okay.
And show us your pretty cover.
Oh, my cover. Let's see. Is this showing up right?
That's fine. Yeah.
Is that good?
Perfect.
My cover, I've got to tell you, is this is a painting, a portrait by the famous French 19th century painter, Vigée Lebrun. And when I saw that portrait, I said, that's my Catherine. This is a French aristocrat painted in the same year as Northanger Abbey was written. The girl's 18, just like, like around the Catherine's age. And I just love her picture. The Abbey itself down there was painted by Constable. And it is Netley Abbey, where Jane Austen visited. And it has this Gothic history with the monks living there, and it was being despoiled, during Henry VIII's time. And the monks made a curse on the new family who came to live there. And the curse is in my book. So here's the blurb. A happier heroine than Catherine Morland does not exist in England, where she is about to marry her beloved, the handsome, witty Henry Tilney. The night before the wedding, Henry reluctantly tells Catherine and her horrified parents a secret he has dreaded to share, that there is a terrible curse on his family and their home, Northanger Abbey. Henry is a clergyman, educated and rational, and after her year's engagement, Catherine is no longer the silly young girl who delighted in reading horrid novels. She has improved in both reading and rationality. This sensible young couple cannot believe curses are real until a murder at the Abbey triggers events as horrid and Gothic as Jane Austen ever parodied, events that shake the young Tilney's certainties, but never their love for each other. And also on the back of the book, Devaney Lucer has written, with keen powers of observation, discernment, judgment, fire, genius, and wit on every page. So I like that review. And another one more, indulge me. In Jazz and the News, the reviewer said, I can give no higher praise to a book than that it kept me absorbed and entertained in the middle of a pandemic. So there we are, and yours does too. And these are good things to do in the middle of these times.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Everyone's had said, well, you must be getting so much writing done. And yet I really haven't been getting much writing done because I was at the end of a book. So I was doing other things, but people have been reading more, which is always a good thing. And Jack says, you girls are the stars. I'm only, what did you say you were, Jack? Anyway.
I'm backup.
You're backup? Okay.
He should tell about his book too.
Absolutely. That's what I jump in here and give us a line.
Well, mine's going to be very different. I'm known for two things, which one of them is actually writing sequels. So my book is actually a sequel to Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey. I also like to reform rakish characters. I'm kind of well known for my take on Caroline Bingley. Well, this one, I kind of use Captain Frederick Tilney as my main character. The other thing is I'm king of the crossovers. So with that said, the last adventure of the Scarlet Pimpernel. And the blurb here says, Jane Austen's Fighting Men, Book 2. The worlds of Jane Austen and the Baroness Orze combine in a swashbuckling tale from the author of The Three Colonels. Captain Frederick Tilney, dashing cavalry officer and rakish heir to Northanger Abbey, is interested only in fencing and carousing. That is, until he meets the girl of his dreams, the lovely and intriguing Violet Blakeney. However, her father's not convinced of Frederick's pledge to reform, and the officer is banished from Violet's presence. The baronet has a will of iron, for he is none other than Sir Percy Blakeney, the retired Scarlet Pimpernel. Now, during the 100 Days crisis, an evil from the Pimpernel's past menaces the Blakeney family, while Sir Percy is crippled by age. Frederick must convince the baronet to accept his assistance in accomplishing the impossible, take on an entire country to rescue the girl they both love.
Well, Jack is well known for his love of history and how he likes to combine historical fact with Jane Austen fiction. So yes, a different take entirely. But we do have one thing in common, the three of us, and that is that we're all fans of Northanger Abbey. Any author knows it takes months and months and months of work to produce a book, and so none of us would have set out to write Northanger Abbey sequels if we didn't, enjoy the book and find it interesting. So unfortunately, Northanger Abbey isn't as popular as Pride and Prejudice, but it's completely worthy of equal attention and respect. Diana, I was, when preparing for this, I looked at one of your old posts on Austen Variations, and you wrote something interesting about that. You said something about, if Northanger Abbey isn't your favorite Austen book, I hope to persuade you differently. You want to give us your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's true that it has enormous charm and humor, which I love, and lightness, but perhaps not the same weight of thought and complexity and workmanship as her more mature works, but it's delightful. And I think if people don't like it or don't love it as we do, it's just because they haven't reread it enough.
I think delightful is a very good word to describe it, because it is light and fun, and and her sense of humor is wonderful in it. If you've read some of Jane Austen's juvenile works, I think Northanger Abbey makes a natural bridge between the juvenile works and her more mature novels. And one of the lines, I can't get through chapter 1 without laughing. I really can't, no matter how many times I've read it. One of the lines in there is, a family of 10 children will always be called a fine family, where there are heads and arms and legs enough for the number. I don't know, maybe it's,
No, she can't help being funny with almost every turn of phrase, that woman.
so yeah, I laugh every time, and I imagine she must have laughed when she wrote that line. And so I like to think our senses of humors are similar anyway.
Yeah.
She really, she wrote it very young, in her early 20s. It was first full novel that she wrote, even though it was not published until after her death. So I think when you keep that in mind, it kind of helps to explain and make us appreciate its place in the Austen canon, and especially its young and somewhat naive heroine, because Austen was very young when she wrote the book herself. So it's, full of youthful fun and and the spoofing the Gothic novels that were so popular at the time.
I'm not sure that modern readers like that part that much. They sort of think they read that once and she's made her point and it's enough. But there's a lot there. It was fun reading, particularly some of the Gothic novels, like the Anne Radcliffe ones, in preparing to invent some Gothic events. And this was really one of her few places in a novel where she breaks into literary parody and criticism like that. And I found that it was fun to actually have Gothic incidents in the novel, and to bring them to life themselves. And there's quite a lot of bizarre events, Gothic ghouls, ghosts and grotesques in my book. But at the same time, what balances it is that it wasn't so much the Gothic literary playfulness that I found most appealing about Northanger Abbey. It was actually the central relationship when it comes down to it. And it always puzzled me. I think a lot of people feel this way. They can never quite understand why or how an unusually clever man like Henry Tilney, so bright, so funny, so witty, so educated, could fall in love with such a young, naive, uneducated bit of a goose as Catherine was. And Jane Austen carefully says she's not some great sexy beauty either. She's sort of nice, average looking girl. And I wanted to explore that, psychologically and realistically and romantically. And I found there was lots of meat to do that. And oddly enough, a few hundred miles apart, you were doing something similar, but different. Yeah. Similar but different.
Yeah. Well, I want to put in a plug for Henry Tilney. Well, you just did. You said he's a reading and educated man, but what woman doesn't love a sexy guy who can also keep you laughing? He's
my man. Yeah. Huh? He's my man. Better than Mr. Darcy.
Okay. You're on team Henry Tilney. Yeah. And you're not alone there, Diana. I think it's really interesting. I posted on my own website /blog, I posted something recently that's a clip from the book, and I entitled it, "Who Knew Henry Tilney Was Such a Passionate Guy?" And I must have said the magic words, because that post has been the most popular post on my blog ever. So I know there are other Henry Tilney fans out there.
Yeah.
Well, as the resident guy in this group, I'm going to take a shot at old Henry. I believe that practically everything we say about Henry Tilney, to my opinion, is true except for one point. And that's just what I think takes the book, Northanger Abbey, from kind of pedestrian to up there as good as anything that Austen wrote, is that for all of Tilney's cleverness, he was fooled by his father as well. And at the end of the book, he has to admit to to Catherine that he was shocked and surprised at just how bad his father was. It surprised even him. And during the book, especially when they're at Northanger Abbey, when he and Eleanor are there with Catherine, and Eleanor's forced to meet with her lover in secret, Tilney spends a lot of time excusing his father. It's only after the general pulls one of the worst things you could do. You know, taking a young girl and literally throwing her to the wolves, throwing her out of the house in the middle of the night, putting her on a post carriage where she could have been attacked or worse, that the blinders fall off of Tilney's eyes. And he is finally forced to confront his father. So that realism in the character is what takes him, I think, at a much higher level, in my opinion, as a guy, and also reaffirms what a great writer Austen was.
Yeah, that was my realization when I came to really trying to examine and understand what he saw in Catherine. And what he saw in her was what Jane Austen says, open, candid, artless, guileless. That's what he liked about her. And why did he like that? Because she was so refreshing, like a sweet drink of water, after having a father who had bullied and brutalized him all his life. I don't think, as you point out, I don't think he really realized how bad his father was until he saw his actions. But he certainly he was an abused child. He and his sister both. They had a tough time with that man, that ogre.
I would put Captain Tilney in that list as well.
Probably, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And that's why he likes Catherine, you know.
When Jack, you say that, you know, he had to learn things too. He wasn't that smart. He had to figure out his father. Right. And I had a lot of fun making him eat his words. You remember where it says in the novel, you know, he's telling Catherine, "This is England."
Yes, yes, you did make him eat the words
here. And of course, my book is titled Murder at Northanger Abbey. So yes, murder. And he has to admit, I was wrong about that, dear. You were right after all. Let's see. Diana, you want to tell us a little about your specific inspiration? You told me the story the other day. And
that was funny. Yeah, okay. Well, it was the 2011 JASNA AGM in Portland, which was, the theme was Muslims, mayhem, and murder at Northanger Abbey. And that was a wonderful, you know, meeting, and it inspired me to try to write a Northanger Abbey sequel. And I got about 3 chapters in and had some thoughts of this, some rough outline, but I got distracted by something else and went on to something else. I thought, oh, well, you know, nobody reads really, everybody wants Darcy. And I just dropped it. And then 10 years later, well, 2019, when I saw that the next conference was going to be on Northanger Abbey, I said, what's the matter with you? Get this thing finished, you know, and have it at the conference. And so I finished it up really quickly last summer, in the blessed year pre-pandemic of 2019, and brought it to the AGM, where it was a bestseller, you know, one of the 3 best-selling books at the AGM. It was
excellent timing. Excellent timing.
Yeah, well, that was really deliberate. I had to go work very hard and very fast, and I couldn't have done it if Abigail's daughter hadn't helped with the editing and the cover design and everything.
Well, yeah, I asked you about inspiration, and a deadline can be a wonderful inspiration.
Oh, it's the only one that works for me. Yeah, so that was how. And then, Jack, what about you? How did you get where did your inspiration come from?
Well, it's when I was writing The Three Colonels. I'm going to probably explain a little bit more about this tomorrow. But it was my intention to not only explore the totality of the 100 Days Crisis, but also I wanted to write something about most, if not all, of Jane Austen's works. I wanted to effectively try to do a sequel to all of them. Well, so that's where my purpose was to write a sequel to Northanger Abbey. And let's face it, unless you have a murder mystery, what can you do with Henry and Catherine? I mean, it's just happily ever after. It's as hard as writing a sequel about Elizabeth and Darcy. So you got to reform somebody if you're going to do something like that. So that's where I got the idea of fixing Captain Tilney, who I didn't really think was all that bad compared to with all the other baddies that Austen was thrown at us. So I saw the opportunity, and because he was also in the military, because that was the other point of Jane Austen's fighting men is to tie in the military figures that Austen wrote about in her work. So he was the logical person to utilize in that. And at the same time, for some reason, I looked up the Scarlet Pimpernel, and when Barris Orsi wrote it and realized that his adventures happened during the French Revolution, during the Reign of Terror, and then I did some math. Hey, I'm a business major. I can actually add. And I figured out that if the baronet really lived, he'd be about 56 years old at around 1815. I went, wow, I can put him in a book. So that's kind of was the genesis of The Last Adventure of the Scarlet Pimpernel, to talk about, to have a chance to take a little bit of Orsi in there, which you really need to read that. I mean, the movies are great, but you got to read what the Baroness wrote, because they're wonderful, they're fantastic, and you really get to appreciate the character that she created and all the characters that she created. But it also gave me an opportunity to talk about age, and to have a hero that's not of 24 or 21 or 29, but he's actually 56. He's suffering from rheumatism, but his mind is as sharp as ever. So that was the whole point of that. Kind of got the juices going, and that's where the Last Adventure came from.
Well, that's something else we have in common, Jack. We hadn't talked about this before, but that's what I was going to say, is that since I love all 6 of Austen's books, it's long been a goal of mine to write at least one novel related to each of her books. And so, I've got Pride and Prejudice covered. Not that I won't write more Pride and Prejudice, but I've already got 4 books related to Pride and Prejudice. And for Persuasion, I've got The Persuasion of Miss Jane Austen. And I consider my time travel book, Leap of Hope, to be my Mansfield Park book, although it has elements of the other stories in it as well. And so that left me 3, and I've been thinking about the Northanger Abbey book, and every once in a while rolling around in my mind. Diana, you said yours took a long time to come to fruition. I went back and I found an old blog post from 2014 where I discussed the possibility of writing it. So I think I'm a better procrastinator than you are.
No, 2011 was the Jasmine AGM. There's no procrastinator bigger than me.
I guess you do have me beat. Sorry.
Yeah. Nothing to be proud of.
Anyway, so it seemed to me, as you say, Jack, it's difficult to write a sequel to a happily ever after, and so I thought, well, that would be absolutely perfect as writing a murder mystery, and letting Catherine put her that tendency to good use for a change. And so anyway, plus every book that I've written is different, and there's always a new challenge in every book, and so it was I didn't know if I could write a murder mystery, but I had so much fun doing it.
I would have thought you'd written a lot of them. I mean, you really do it with such suavity and ease. I kept reading it thinking, she can plot, that woman can.
Well, that's one person.
It seemed effortless. Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, I didn't really know who had done it until halfway through the book. Seriously, it's kind of like Gosford Park in that way. If you've seen that movie, there's a house full of people because General Tilney is giving a ball on Halloween night, of course, because it has to be spooky. And so there's houses full of people. Everybody has a motive, and I've toyed with different scenarios, and I didn't really settle for sure who done it until I was halfway through the book. So I doubt if most mystery writers go about with that technique, though.
It kind of happened to me too, I think. The funny thing is, of course, that we killed off the same person.
Yes.
I won't say who now, didn't spoil the plot, but it is funny. It's just so obvious, I guess.
I thought that was amusing too, that we both settled on the same person who needed to die first in in your book, first and only in my book. So
yeah, mine has a little bit of gore. but to take away from the gore, you know, it was, and the Gothic and all that, you know, I was so interested in the development of their relationship during their engagement and how she matured. You know, the maturation of Catherine was really my big theme, because during that year, I figured he educated her. You know, he gave her things to read and discussions, and they corresponded. And people grow up a lot between 17 and 18 too, absolutely, mentally, you know, and I think since she was exposed to so much more thinking and education in that year, she consequently became a more interesting wife for Henry. And in the beginning, you know, at the end of Northanger Abbey, you might think, isn't he going to be bored with her? Is this going to be a Mrs. Bennet, Mr. Bennet thing? But always Catherine had better sense than Mrs. Bennet. And you could tell from her sensible mother. But her sensible mother wasn't a great intellectual either. And I think that having Henry loved to teach and Catherine loved to learn. And I was very interested in that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, of course, it has to be all about the relationship between them, and whatever else is going on. And
you did the same way. The balance between the plot with the murder and the Gothic craziness and it comes back down to such an enchanting pair.
Yeah,
they are such a wonderful set of characters, and to see them grow, to make them grow, as us as writers making them grow.
Right.
Wasn't it fun?
Yes, it was tremendous fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've got at least one.
If you want to jump in here, we have a question on the YouTube channel. Do either of you see Henry Tilney's education of Catherine as comparable to Edmund Bertram's education of Fanny Price?
Well, that's a very good question. I think the main difference is that he does it with such lightness and humor. Edmund is always so drably serious and solemn, and Fanny has not 1 ounce of humor in her, which is probably why she's Austen's least favorite character. But Henry is a wonder. Wouldn't you like to have had Henry Tilney as a teacher?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Laughing and make it interesting, you know.
Yeah. And their relationship, as I said, he loves to teach her, and she loves nothing but as much as listening and sitting at his feet. But that's true. That is what Fanny felt about Edmund too. I wonder if that derives from maybe one of Jane Austen's older brothers. You know, she had an experience like that with her brothers teaching her. I bet she did. You know,
that's a very good theory.
Yeah.
Very good theory. Yeah, I never thought about
I never thought about it till this minute either. But you know, she had these older brothers who'd been to Oxford, and she surely learned a lot about the world and everything from them. Yeah.
Well, let's see. I was thinking about as I was reading through your book, Diana, I was, you know, making a mental note or having a good chuckle over everything that I came across that, you know, was either similar or different. And so I made note of a few.
Oh, good. This I want to hear. Go ahead.
Well, both stories featured Eleanor and her new Viscount husband, but we chose different names for the men.
Yeah, that would be psychic if we had the same names for the man.
That would be a little bit too freakishly.
A little much, yeah.
Yeah, so he's Charles in your book and he's Jonathan in mine. And both books coincidentally had a Henry VIII reference, which maybe is not too shocking.
No, considering that's how the Abbey got despoiled.
Right.
That's just history, that is.
Yeah. Well, in my book, this isn't giving away too much. It's, you know, it's a masked ball, or it's a fancy dress ball.
That was a brilliant touch.
And General Tilney dresses up as King Henry VIII. So there's my
perfect.
Anyway, let's see what else. Oh, I thought the biggest coincidence and the most improbable thing was that at some point in each of our books, we both call Catherine a genius. Maybe if you haven't got to the end, you might not have seen that yet.
I didn't read your whole book. I don't remember it, and I don't remember saying it myself.
Well, you said it.
Okay, I believe you.
And well, let's see. It's the very last line in my book.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Exactly, said Henry when they paused for breath. Genius, pure genius.
Your genius,
So,
that's right. That's right.
so yeah, who would have thought that both of us would call Catherine, who's probably the least thought of as a genius, genius.
Well, I don't know about
And then,
that.
huh?
We're talking
What's
about
that, Jack?
Austen's, because there's a question on here talking about reflecting Catherine and Tildy's relationship with that of Emma and Knightley.
Oh,
Hmm.
well, yeah, no, Emma and Knightley was even a much bigger age gap.
Big age gap, yeah.
Well, and then there is the factor of Knightley teaching Emma how
Yeah,
to
and also both Knightley and
Directing.
Edmund brought their girls up, you know, which is a little creepy maybe. But Henry didn't bring her up. He met her when she was at a ball, you know, in Bath. When
I
she
think
was,
it's more of an intellectual bit rather than age difference.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, the turn of their minds was completely different. Emma and Mr. Knightley. I haven't figured out what I have to do a Sense and Sensibility and an Emma book still, and I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do for those.
I've done an Emma. I've done my Mrs. Elton, you know, in defense of Mrs. Elton, but I haven't done a Sense and Sensibility. No.
I'm still thinking on that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see. I had one more thing I wanted to.
Yeah. What the similarities or what?
Yeah. Well, kind of. Well, I think it's kind of a fun fact. I call it that you had a character in your book named Dr. Lyford who attends various sick and dying people in Northanger. And of course, there was a real life Dr. Lyford who was Jane Austen's doctor when she was.
That's where I got the name.
At Winchester, and in her final illness. So yes, I assumed, but I wanted to ask you: is that where you got your name?
Yeah.
And then the other.
He got around.
I don't use Dr. Lyford in this book, but I have used him. He is a character in my Persuasion book, The Persuasion of Miss Jane Austen. There it is. Show off the cover. He plays himself, you know.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of interesting that we both have.
But it is a delight how, you know, the two really do set each other off. It's not at all the same experience, even though they're the same materials, some of them, you know.
Yeah.
It's a whole different experience. And,
well,
and I yours, I'd want to read mine and vice versa. I really would.
I so, you know, from the page one, I so enjoyed your style of writing and thinking, you know, how similar in some ways and yet different. I could tell it was not my book, it was your book.
Absolutely.
I just love the hearing your voice.
You hear you, Shannon, and you hear me and mine. And that makes us good Austen-esque writers.
Yay.
So, excuse me saying so. And Jack is himself, you know. We're also individual.
Thank God. That's my wife says anyway.
Yeah. Were we going to read a little?
Yes, we were going to do that, and that's coming up now. And who wants to lead off? I'll let you guys fight it out.
Well, ladies first.
Unless there's any questions or something that need to be answered at this point.
I'm looking at the questions. We've got them pretty much ahead of them right now, so we can entertain the masses.
Yeah, because we want to get through the reading, so we'll have time for questions.
Okay, absolutely. Go for it then.
Okay. It is the happiest day I ever spent, Catherine declared, as they sat down to tea at their own table, spread with their own new china set, General Tilney's wedding present, which Catherine had not before seen. He was a connoisseur in china, as in many other things, and Catherine could not but admire the delicate gold and white dishes and cups in their prettiness and abundance, however empty was the sentiment behind the sending. Happiness is a very proper state in a new bride, observed Henry, and I may take the opportunity to tell you that I am happy too. Upon my word, my father did us well. That is a set that might last us all our lives, even if we have so large a family as yours. Catherine blushed again at this reference, and then felt it ungracious to have a secret hope that using the china would not always make her think of the giver. The gold leaves are very pretty, she said, taking up a cup. I never saw anything like these little symbols woven round the edges. Do they signify anything, do you think? I don't know. I had not observed, said Henry, examining a saucer closely. You're right, however. They look almost like letters, do they not? Not in any language I ever saw. Is it Russian? Is it Hebrew? Is it Arabic? Henry squinted at length and finally said, "Now, I perceive they are English letters, but they are so very small. I do not think they can possibly be read without a magnification glass. We have not one here. I should have to send to Cambridge for such a thing." "Well, I wish you would. If there is some secret writing on our china, I should like to know what it says. Do you think your father knows about it?" "Most certainly. My father does nothing without deliberation. And he had this china made up especially for you. He told me so in the letter that accompanied it. I can't comprehend what he means by this." "Perhaps the letters are a motto of some sort," suggested Catherine. "My mother has a set of plates that have a blessing on them, and the words, 'Hunger is the best sauce.'" "Somehow I feel it is not that," said Henry dryly. The eyes of the young husband and wife met. "'Tis very strange," said Catherine. "Are you quite sure you cannot make out any words at all? I could not, but then I only know English." "It does not look like anything else," said Henry doubtfully. "It might be Latin, but so tiny. Does this look like the letter T to you?" "Not very much. Oh, yes, perhaps it might." "I think it is English. TCI something LAM, I believe, only the size of pinpoints." "But that does not mean anything, Henry." "I cannot tell," he said slowly, "but I think the letters may be written backwards. Then it could be Maledict? No, surely not. I cannot make out any more." He put the saucer down rather hard. "That does not sound much like a blessing," Catherine faltered. The young couple sat silent as they each thought of what the words might mean and what was the opposite of a blessing. "I suppose I must write to thank your father," said Catherine reluctantly. "But Henry, I hope you will not take it amiss if I say I prefer not to use this set of china." "No, I'd like to break every piece," he said savagely. "Goodness, how glad I am that we need not make our home at Northanger," she said low. That's my excerpt.
Yes, that very tiny writing. I remember that part. Jack, you were going to share a little bit with us?
Okay, I have part from chapter 1. Frederick has just gotten finished with his latest duel, and he is there with his good friends, my Dark Darcy, Sir John Buford, and George Blakeney, the son of Sir Percy Blakeney. In frustration, Sir John Buford threw his hat into the far corner of the room he shared with Captain Frederick Tilney during their visit to Oxford. Frederick laughed. "Come, Buford, no cause for all that. We'll say we had an excellent time here. Good food and wine, good friends," he patted George Blakeney on the back, "pretty girls with which to dance, even a bit of sport. Better than dreary old Bath, that's for certain." "Sport?" Buford turned to Frederick. "You call this morning sport?" "Why, yes, you did not really think I was in any danger from that young butt Paisley, did you? And what do you call his brother's actions? Good Lord, Frederick, I was almost forced to shooting. I nearly killed a boy because you cannot keep from behaving badly with women." Frederick, affronted, protested. "Buford, I did not—" "Frederick, tell me the damn truth, all of it." Frederick composed his lips and turned to the window. "I met Isabella Thorpe in Bath during that time my brother Henry was courting Catherine Morland. Miss Thorpe was attractive and welcoming. I danced with her and called on her several times." He gestured. "Supposedly, she was engaged to Catherine's brother James at the time." "Supposedly? Very well, she was betrothed, but she did not behave as though she was. Gad, Buford, the chit threw herself at me. She did not break things off with James Morland because of my pretty face. No, it was because James was poor and I was the heir to Northanger Abbey. If any attempted seduction was going on, it was on Miss Thorpe's part. She wanted to secure me by arranging a compromise. I was fortunate to extract myself. I believe James owes me a debt of gratitude." Buford stared at his friend. And now she has the young Sir Percy Blake. He's wealthy enough. So why last night's performance? I do not know. I can't read the light skirt's mind. George Blakeney, who has been standing silent witness to the discussion, finally spoke. It is said hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Perhaps it is no more than that. Frederick laughed. I see you are not sleeping during your classes, George. You may be right, Blakeney, said Buford slowly. Or perhaps Miss Thorpe was unsure of her position with Sir Robert and felt she needed assurance that he would have to honor his engagement. He raised an eyebrow. What? By fighting me? Buford nodded. Of course, he would be more honor bound to her than ever if he had killed you. Frederick's jaw dropped. The thought had never occurred to him. That whore! You now see where your actions have brought you? Buford demanded. My actions? Oh, come now, Buford. Yes, your actions. If you would stop flirting with every pretty woman in every room you walk into, you would not get into these scrapes. I'm tired of coming to your rescue. At Frederick's incredulous look, Buford counted on his fingers. Ellen Peabody, Mary King, Lady Joanne Barksdale, Annabella Adams, Charlotte Davis. Frederick cut him off. You don't have to name them all, Buford. Besides, you are no better. Instead of laughing it off, as Frederick had expected, Buford grew even grimmer. You are right, Frederick. I was as big a scoundrel as you, even worse, but no more. I have seen the error of my ways. I have vowed to honor my father and my fallen comrades by being a gentleman. No more dallying, no more assignations. Assignations. I have thrown off all my unworthy acquaintances. I shall live honorably, and the next woman I bed shall be my wife. Recalling their past shared adventures, Frederick was incredulous. Bold words, my friend. You think this is a joke? Open your eyes, Frederick. Do you not see the path of unhappiness you are upon? With a cry, Buford threw up his hands. If you do not understand, then we have nothing more to say to each other. What do you mean? Intense blue eyes bore into his. I have said I have thrown off all my unworthy acquaintances. Until you reform your ways, Captain Tilney, we must part. Frederick stepped back, hurt to the quick. Since entering the army together, the two had been inseparable. Now one of his best friends was cutting all ties. The bile of betrayal rose in his throat. As you wish, Sir John. Unable to help himself, he added, knighthood has surely changed my jolly companion. Buford paused on the way to his room to pack. Not knighthood, Captain, but war. Farewell. He softly closed the bedroom door behind him. Frederick stared at the door, stunned by what had happened. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Do not worry, Frederick, George said in an attempt to console him. Buford is just angry. He's still upset over what happened with Paisley. Mark my words, he will apologize. Frederick shook his head slowly. No, he will not. In all the years I have known him, I have never seen John Buford take back his words. Never. George patted his shoulder. Let's get some breakfast, eh? I'm a bit peckish. Frederick sighed and with a bit of false humor said, Zounds, but that's a capital idea, George. Lead the way. They were having their second cup of coffee when Sir John stepped into the post carriage for London without taking his leave of them. Sure, as you can see, our boy Freddie's got a ways to go.
Well, you know, Jack, as I was listening, I did discover that we have one similarity, as I pointed out all the similarities between my book and Diana's. You have somebody in your book named Peabody, and so do I. Probably about the only similarity.
I can't think of any similarities. Yeah.
No sword fighting or dashing to save damsels in distress, eh? Okay.
No.
But it's very intriguing. You might have hooked me.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to do a little reading. It's kind of in a two-parter. One thing that I had fun with in this book is that since the couple is married, And, you know, I had a little fun playing around with a little sexual innuendo. I have to admit that. My books are very clean, as you would call them. And so it's completely PG, but
It was perfect. It was so romantic and so, oh, you really felt the love.
well, thank you, Diana. So yes, this first little bit, I wanted to give you a sample of that. And this is in chapter 3. Yeah, chapter 3. They're getting ready for the ball that I've mentioned before. And as most women would do when they're prepared for the ball, you want your husband to reassure you that you look good. So Catherine's, you know, asked Henry, does she look all right? Basically. And he says, step back, my dear, and turn round once or twice, slowly, so that I can obtain a comprehensive view. That's it. Once more. Now let me look at you. Facing him again, Catherine nervously awaited his assessment. Henry started at her feet, where the toes of her white dancing slippers could just be seen peeking out from under her lace-trimmed hem. The gown itself was a pale pink muslin, her best, he knew. Notice how Henry still understands muslins here. But nobody else would recognize it, with the way the sleeves had been cleverly remade and with the new gauzy overlay she had added to the skirt. His perusing eyes moving upward, they stopped and held at Catherine's exquisite décolletage. He watched, for a moment spellbound by the quickened, rhythmic rise and fall of the rounded fullness there as she breathed in and out. Henry, is something amiss? Catherine inquired, her hand moving self-consciously up her gown and coming to rest in a protective way over the area that had apparently caught his attention. You have made a change here, I think, he said, stepping close enough to run an inquiring fingertip along the inside rim of her low neckline. Yes, she said uncertainly. Yes, I removed the lace that used to be tucked in behind. You see, I thought, but maybe it was a mistake. Maybe it is too much. Oh dear, do you think I'd better put it back? It can be done in the work of only 15 minutes if you advise it. Rousing himself, Henry shook his head. No, not at all. Speaking as much of her modest endowment as of the cut of her neckline, he added, in my opinion, it is neither too little nor too much. It is exactly right. That is, unless you mind people looking, because men will surely look, my darling, and I dare say they will all envy me as well. I'm sure they will do no such thing, said Catherine, extremely pleased nonetheless. I tease you not, my dear. Moving close and beginning to nuzzle her neck, he continued absently, but must we go to this ball? I should much rather keep you all to myself. Stop that, Henry, said Catherine, with a half-hearted attempt at sternness. We have sent our acceptance to the invitation, and we must certainly go to the ball. And then we're going to pick up the action in a little bit later as they're on their way in the carriage. They knew not General Tilney's true intentions in giving this ball, or how events would transpire. In many respects, they were walking blind. Initially, that seemed part of the adventure, the thrill of the unknown. And for the first half of the journey, Catherine felt quite as happy as a young lady on the way to a ball can be supposed to feel. However, doubts and forebodings began building inside her breast as they approached the place of her prior mortification. Northanger, she cruelly reminded herself, was where she had been embarrassed by Henry's discovering her foolish imaginings about his mother's death and so much more, not to mention his father's unceremoniously ordering her from the house. Dreadful. Henry had well and truly forgiven her. Of this she was confident. But she could not entirely forgive herself, and would not enjoy being reminded of these things again at every turn. Down this dim passageway I imagined a ghostly presence. In this room, my foolish fancy made secret manuscripts out of ordinary laundry bills. Up those stairs I crept without permission, thinking I should discover some mystery of Mrs. Tilney's demise. Catherine shook her head resolutely. She must not allow her mind to stray down those dark corridors again. She silently but earnestly vowed that this time she would keep a firm grip on reality, not imagining ghosts and murder plots round every corner. She would not tremble with equal parts excitement and alarm at every unexplained sight or sound as she had done before. She further pledged that she would remember only the good from her previous visit to Northanger. There were many good things to remember, after all, most particularly that it was at Northanger where the first attraction between Henry and herself had ripened into love. That single fact overpowered all the others. She would look forward to what could be built on that foundation, not backwards to her childish mistakes. Henry, who sat close beside her, holding her hand, gave her a quizzical look. "You are oddly quiet, my dear Catherine," he said. "Where is your enthusiasm for this ball that you have been overflowing with these many days? Have you exhausted your supply just before we have need of it? We will be at Northanger in only a few minutes more." "Yes, I know," Catherine said, trying to sound more calm and confident than she really was. "I recognize the landmarks along the way. It is nothing more than a small attack of nerves, I assure you." Then all her pretenses failed, and she turned pleading eyes on her husband. "Oh, Henry, suppose your father still hates me. I do not think I could bear it. Or suppose I do something unforgivably stupid again. I suddenly have the most fearful presentiment of catastrophe." Henry laughed and pulled his wife closer. "What could possibly happen tonight that would justify all this anxiety? It is a ball, after all, which is hardly a matter of life and death. The worst that can happen at a ball is somebody forgets the steps to the allemande, breaks a plate at the supper, or discovers her gown has a tear." "I suppose you're right." But a moment later she continued just the same. "Perhaps we should have made more of an effort with our attire. We may be the only people there in ordinary evening wear. A mask alone does not quite constitute fancy dress. And the invitation did specify—" Catherine, be easy," said Henry, not waiting for her to finish her long list of misgivings or to build her mountain of worries any higher. "I care not what the invitation says. I can promise you that you and your gown are quite perfect. And as for your mask, it is a work of art. I dare say no one will believe you created such a masterpiece yourself with only a few scraps and feathers." "It was nothing," Catherine disclaimed. "You are too modest, my dear. And as for this ball, well, I know I had my reservations before, but I begin to believe it will be well worth the time and trouble just for the pleasure of dancing with you and to see you properly admired. Excuse me. You are destined to be heralded as an angel the moment you enter the room and confirmed as one by your behavior before the night is out. Everybody will adore you without exception." "Even your father, do you mean?" "Even my father. He will have no choice." The carriage rolled to a halt. "Now here we are. Enter the house with your head held high, Catherine, and have no fear. Tonight will be a great triumph." While waiting for Mr. Peabody to open the carriage door and put down the step, Henry considered that perhaps he had laid his praise on a little thick. But Catherine looked much relieved, and that was the important thing. Besides, he thought Catherine was as lovely as any angel. If others could not see it, it was their loss. Henry handed his smiling wife from the carriage, both of them feeling ready to take on the world. At that very same moment, the first sound of thunder pealed in the distance. Dum, dum, dum. And of course, things worse than breaking a plate can happen at a ball.
It was a dark and stormy night.
So it had to be a dark and stormy night, and Halloween besides. So do we have any questions rolling in or comments or
A lot of comments.
discussion?
Everyone's enjoying the readings. They're enjoying them very much. They a lot of interest in the books.
Excellent.
So let me see if there any other. Come on, folks out there, got any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a whole at least 3 minutes to fill, although we can go much longer if we want.
We are at the end of the night. That's true. So
Yeah, we're
can-
here for the insomniacs.
Right.
Well,
So that,
well, we've celebrated Northanger Abbey, up to the hill, and I think that might get people to start reading it.
yeah, I hope so. The reason I write a lot with Austen is that so that people will read Austen.
Right.
And I know a lot of fans came to Austen by virtue of the adaptations. And many of them are very good, some better than others. But none of them hold a candle to Austen's original words. So
yeah.
I strongly suggest that everybody out there who has not done so, to not just read Pride and Prejudice, but read the entire canon. They're good from top to bottom, including Lady Susan, which I think is a masterpiece. So that's...
Well, any Austen is better than just about anything else, so...
You're not going to get any argument among the three of us.
True, I'd like to...
On the same page.
But yeah, that it's Jane Austen fan fiction, not Pride and Prejudice fan fiction. So, you know, widen your horizons a little bit.
It's interesting. There are thousands, I think, of sequels to Pride and Prejudice, deservedly so. But we're kind of unique in our Northanger Abbey ones.
Yeah, there aren't very many that I know of.
No, not in years. I can't think of others, actually.
You're definitely more unique with that, but I see a comment over here that says from Angeline saying, going to download all three ASAP.
Oh.
So you've reached a few new readers for it today.
Way to go.
Yeah.
So this has been just delightful hearing about your inspirations for the stories and your selections from them and your insights into Northanger Abbey. And
We're not lost for words.
Well, good. All of us writers, what could we do better than words? And here's another comment. I found listening to audiobook of Jane Austen and of JAFF a great experience too. It lets us hear different things. Comment from Deborah. I so enjoy listening to all of your insights into the Jane Austen novels. Learning so much and a lot to think on. Thank you. I think that says it really well. And I'd like to thank all three of you for doing all this tonight.
Thank you for making it possible.
Yeah, if for those of you who don't know, Abigail was the driving force behind this, and I can't imagine all the hours she put in to organize all this. So thanks to you, Abigail, for everything. Plus, every time I was going to appear, she volunteered to, you know, hold my hand and be present so that I didn't have to worry about the technology, which is wonderful.
Oh, happy to do it. And I'm just thrilled so many people wanted to be involved. When I first brought this up, I was thinking 3 or 4 of us would do like a half hour each, but everyone wanted to do lots and I was excited. And I'm so thrilled that readers have come to listen and to join us.
It's a good precedent.
Maybe
we have a very good week afternoon planned for tomorrow, and some really good stuff coming up.
Yeah.
Yes. Exactly so. And I'm going to end the live stream now, but if people want to keep talking, that is just fine.